The world has always been filled with mysteries buried deep beneath our feet, but few are as haunting, as unsettling, and as persistently hidden as the stories of the giant skeletons. From the dusty archives of forgotten newspapers to the locked basements of old museums, there are whispers of time when the earth itself gave up bones so massive that they defied every rule of human anatomy. Farmers spoke of unearthing skulls the size of helmets, femurs longer than a man's leg, and jawbones that could swallow a human face. These were not myths to them, but physical evidence of something far larger, far older, and far more disturbing than we are allowed to imagine. Yet, every time these stories surfaced, something strange happened. The evidence vanished, the skeletons disappeared, and the witnesses were silenced or dismissed as liars. The mystery begins in a quiet corner of America during the late 19th century, when the world was still young in its understanding of prehistory. Newspapers across the country began reporting discoveries of giant human skeletons unearthed in burial mounds and caves. Some were said to stand over 10 feet tall, their skulls with double rows of teeth, their frames far too massive to be human. These reports appeared in respected papers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, not in obscure rumor sheets. Ordinary people, miners, and farmers claimed to have seen these bones with their own eyes. But soon after, the bones were taken away, usually by representatives of a powerful institution called the Smithsonian. After that, nothing more was heard. No museum displays, no photographs, no records. It was as if the earth had swallowed its secrets once again. What kind of beings were these? Were they anomalies of nature, giants caused by disease, or something far older and far more deliberate? Legends from nearly every ancient culture tell of enormous beings who once walked among men. The Nephilim of the Bible, the Titans of Greek lore, the Anakim and Rephaim of the Middle East, the red-haired cannibal giants of the American West. Could they all be remembering the same race of beings, glimpsed to the fog of time and preserved in story after story? Modern historians dismiss these accounts as metaphor, but when myths appear independently across continents, separated by oceans and centuries, it becomes harder to ignore the pattern. Archaeologists, geologists, and historians have spent decades constructing a neat, linear story of human evolution, a tidy narrative that begins with primitive apes and ends with modern man. But what if that timeline is incomplete? What if there were other branches of humanity, taller, stronger, possibly more advanced, that existed long before a court of history? What if they were not wiped out by nature, but erased intentionally from the historical record? The discovery of giant skeletons poses a dangerous question, not just about who we are, but about who controls what we are allowed to know. In the dim light of old archives, there are still yellowed letters, grainy photographs, and dusty excavation reports that hint at a forgotten chapter of human existence. Some describe burial chambers large enough to fit a family of giants, with tools and weapons proportionate to their size. Others mention inscriptions and carvings depicting beings with elongated skulls and immense stature. Scientists who once dared to examine these anomalies found their careers ruined, their findings unpublished, their reputations dismantled by invisible hands. And so the question lingers, why would anyone want to hide the existence of giants? Is it because their presence contradicts the accepted story of evolution? Or does it touch on something even older, something connected to the origins of humanity itself? Perhaps to an age when gods and men walked together? The evidence, though scattered and fragmented, seems to pulse beneath the surface of our collective memory, calling out from graves that predate civilization. This story is not just about bones. It's about power, truth, and the manipulation of history. For centuries, a silent battle has raged between those who seek to reveal the ancient past and those determined to bury it forever. Behind every missing skeleton lies a choice. What do we choose to believe when the evidence is hidden from us? Tonight, we journey into the shadowlands of archaeology, where official science fears to tread. We will sift through forgotten mounds, the forbidden caves, the sealed museum vaults. We will listen to the elders' tales, the explorers' journals, the priests' warnings, and the whispers of those who claim to have seen the impossible. The world of the giants is not a fantasy. It is a forgotten truth that refuses to die. By the time this story ends, you will question everything you've been taught about human history. You will see how easily facts can be buried, how effortlessly reality can be rewritten. Because somewhere beneath the soil of our world, under the layers of dust and time, lie the bones of beings they could not explain, beings that might have been our ancestors, our gods, or something far stranger. And the deeper we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the greatest secret ever hidden from mankind. It began, as most forgotten truths do, in the yellowed pages of the 19th century. When the world was young, exploration was still dangerous, and the American frontier stretched like a vast mystery waiting to be uncovered. The 1800s were a golden age of discovery. Ancient burial mounds were being opened, forgotten civilizations unearthed, and archaeology itself was only beginning to take form. But amid the bones of animals and the artifact of early man, there were discoveries that baffled those who found them. Skeletons that were far too large, skulls too massive, jawbones too thick to belong to ordinary humans. The newspapers of the time reported them in breathless wonder, often accompanied by crude sketches or detailed descriptions. It was a time before censorship could travel at the speed of light, before information could be quietly erased with the click of a button. Back then, when something impossible was found, it made headlines. In 1848, reports came from Wisconsin of enormous skeletons buried within ancient earthen mounds. Farmers, while plowing their land, stumbled upon chambers filled with bones of beings said to stand over 8 feet tall. The skulls were described as elongated, with prominent brows and jawbones that could fit over the face of an ordinary man. The press labeled them the ancient race of giants. Not long after, similar discoveries surfaced in Ohio, West Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky. The pattern was too widespread to dismiss as local rumor. In 1871, the New York Times published a piece titled "The Skeletons of Giants," describing the excavation of a mound near Brewersville, Indiana, where skeletons measuring more than 9 feet in length were unearthed. The article noted the perfect condition of the bones before they were secured for scientific examination. Yet, as was to become the pattern, those bones vanished. No scientific papers followed. No museums displayed them. Throughout the latter half of the 19th century, more than 100 such newspaper reports surfaced across the United States alone. These were not fringe publications. They included respected outlets like the Washington Post, Scientific American, and regional papers of high standing. In nearly every story, the pattern was the same: giant skeletons unearthed, initial excitement, official collection by a government or scientific agency, and then silence. Many of these discoveries occurred near Native American mound sites, raising question of whether these giants were part of the mysterious race of mound builders that predated indigenous tribes. Could these skeletal remains belong to the same beings described in native oral histories, giants who ruled the land before being overthrown by the ancestors of modern tribes? The timing of these discoveries is crucial. The late 1800s were a period when Darwin's theory of evolution was rapidly transforming public understanding of human origins. A discovery of an ancient race of enormous beings would have shaken the foundation of that new scientific worldview. Suddenly, the carefully drawn tree of human ancestry would have needed a new branch, one that didn't fit into the slow, gradual development of Homo sapiens. For powerful institutions invested in a singular narrative of evolution and human progress, such anomalies pose a threat. If giants existed, they would represent not just an evolutionary mystery, but a philosophical one. Were they an earlier form of man, a different species, or something entirely outside the human lineage? Among the most intriguing reports came from the state of Ohio in 1891, where archaeologists from the Smithsonian Institution excavated several burial mounds. Inside, they found skeletal remains of individuals between 7 and 9 feet tall, accompanied by copper bracelets, shell ornaments, and weapons far larger than what a normal human could wield comfortably. The skulls were thick, the jawbones massive. Some of the skeletons were said to have double rows of teeth, a trait mentioned in multiple, unrelayed reports from other states. According to local witnesses, the remains were boxed and sent to the Smithsonian for study. But when researchers later inquired about them, the institution claimed to have no record of such artifacts ever existing. The bones had simply vanished into history's void. There are other examples, too detailed and too consistent to ignore. In 1877, in Eureka, Nevada, miners digging through ancient gravels discovered what they described as a petrified giant over 10 feet tall. In 1883, The St. Paul Pioneer Press reported the discovery of 7 giant skeletons near Clearwater, Minnesota. In 1885, the Times of London published an account of giant bones found in Turkey and across the ocean in Ireland and France. Similar reports emerged, massive bones that scientists either dismissed or quietly removed from public view. Could all these discoveries be hoaxes? Certainly. Some were exaggerated, but not all could be explained away. There were too many witnesses, too many official excavations, too many detailed reports before the age of viral myth-making. Even more telling is the language used in these early articles. The tone is not sensational or conspiratorial, but matter-of-fact. The journalists wrote as if recording genuine archaeological finds, often quoting scientists of their time, who described the bones as belonging to an ancient and unknown race. This consistency across time and geography suggests a truth buried beneath layers of skepticism. These were people seeing something they couldn't explain, and doing their best to document it with the tools and knowledge available. By the turn of the 20th century, however, something shifted. Mentions of giant skeletons in the press dwindled, replaced by a more controlled and standardized version of prehistory. The Smithsonian and similar institutions consolidated their authority as guardians of scientific truth, while local discoveries were increasingly dismissed as mistaken measurements or misidentified animal bones. Yet, when researchers and enthusiasts in later decades sought to revisit these sites, they found them altered or destroyed, the burial mounds leveled, and the artifacts missing. It was as if history itself was being erased one site at a time. These early discoveries, the ones recorded before censorship could tighten its grip, form the foundation of the mystery that persists to this day. They offer the first clues to a puzzle that stretches across continents and centuries. They reveal that before archaeology became professionalized and politicized, ordinary people were finding evidence that challenged the official story of humanity's past. They were finding the bones of giants. If we follow the trail of these early reports, they lead us into a deeper labyrinth of secrets, toward institutions that collected these remains and never showed them again, toward ancient myths that describe beings of immense stature who ruled the earth before mankind. The 19th century may have been the dawn of modern science, but it was also the twilight of open discovery, a time when truth could still be spoken aloud before it was buried under layers of academic control. The story of the first unearthed bones is not merely about what was found. It's about what was lost. The farmers, miners, and explorers who dug into the soil of the New World may have uncovered the remnants of a forgotten epoch, but their discoveries were destined to disappear into sealed crates and forgotten archives. And that disappearance, more than the bones themselves, became the true mystery. What force, what motive, could erase an entire race in the pages of human history? That is the question that echoes through every report, every vanished skeleton, every silence that followed. And it is a question that leads directly into the next chapter of this investigation, into the vaults of Smithsonian, where history itself may have been rewritten. There's a strange, uneasy silence surrounding the halls of the Smithsonian Institution, a silence that hums louder than words. The Smithsonian was created as a temple of science, a place where knowledge would be preserved for the enlightenment of all mankind. But over the past century, its reputation has become shadowed by a growing suspicion that somewhere within its labyrinth of archives and sealed storage rooms lies a secret too large, too ancient, and too inconvenient to reveal. The mystery of the missing giant skeletons leads here to this institution that calls itself the nation's attic, where millions of artifacts are stored out of sight. And according to researchers, whistleblowers, and a paper trail stretching back to the 1800s, some of those artifacts were the bones of giants. It is said that history is written by the victors. In archaeology, history is written by those who control the evidence. In the late 1800s, when giant skeletons were being reported across the United States, many of those finds ended up in the hands of Smithsonian agents. Newspapers at the time even mentioned it proudly. Specimens were taken by representatives of the Smithsonian Institution for further study. Yet, when modern investigators began searching for these same skeletons in the Smithsonian's catalogs, they found nothing. No record numbers, no reports, no store remains. It was as if these bones had never existed at all. The whispers began in the early 20th century. A handful of archaeologists and insiders claimed that the Smithsonian had quietly ordered the destruction of large, human-like skeletons that didn't fit the accepted model of human evolution. Some said they were labeled as animal remains and discarded. Others said they were locked away under classification codes reserved for unverified specimens. In 2014, an organization called the American Institution of Alternative Archaeology, ADA, filed a Freedom of Information Act request against the Smithsonian, demanding the release of documents relating to the reported destruction of over 1,000 giant skeletons in the early 1900s. The Smithsonian denied the claim, calling it a myth. Yet, that denial only deepened the intrigue. If there was nothing to hide, why did so many historical reports link the Smithsonian to these disappearances? A particularly chilling story circulates among alternative historians. It tells of a former curator from the early 1900s who allegedly confessed, near his death, that he had participated in the disposal of enormous human remains. According to the tale, the skeletons were shipped from regional dig sites to the Smithsonian's Washington, D.C. headquarters, where they were carefully examined and then discreetly eliminated. The reason, the man reportedly said, was that such discoveries threatened to upend the carefully constructed timeline of human development that science had only recently established. It would have destroyed everything, he was quoted as saying. The academics, the institutions, the very foundation of what we had built, it couldn't survive the truth. Whether that confession was genuine or not, it aligns disturbingly well with a pattern. Nearly every documented instance of giant bones being found in America ends with their removal by an unnamed authority. Sometimes the Smithsonian was mentioned by name. Other times, the remains were said to have been taken by government officials. The result was always the same. The evidence vanished. In the archives that remain accessible to the public, there is no trace of these specimens. Yet, scattered throughout private collections, old photographs and excavation, notes hint at what was once real. Some researchers have uncovered century-old correspondence between Smithsonian field agents discussing unusual remains and oversized skeletons. The tone of these letters is cautious, even fearful, as if the writers knew they were handling something that must never be widely known. Why would one of the most respected scientific institutions in the world hide such discoveries? The most common explanation offered by skeptics is simple misidentification. Perhaps the bones were those of large animals like mastodons or prehistoric bears. But that theory falls apart under closer inspection. Many of the old excavation reports clearly describe fully articulated human skeletons, complete with skulls, rib cages, and limbs in proper proportion. The jawbones fit perfectly over the faces of living men. The femurs were measured against shovels and tools on site. These were not animal bones. And when bones are misidentified, they are corrected, not erased. Others suggest a more psychological motive: institutional self-preservation. By the early 20th century, the Smithsonian had become the ultimate authority on American archaeology. It shaped the public's understanding of who built the ancient mounds, which were once thought to have been constructed by a lost race. When evidence of enormous human skeletons emerged from those same mounds, the institution faced a dilemma. If the mound builders were giants, then the Native American narrative promoted by mainstream archaeology would be incomplete. If these giants were of an unknown or pre-human origin, it would challenge not only anthropology, but also theology. The safest course, for science, for faith, for authority, was silence. There is also the matter of control. Knowledge is power, and controlling history means controlling how humanity perceives itself. The Smithsonian, by its own admission, houses more than 150 million artifacts, of which only a fraction are on display. The rest are stored in massive underground vaults and climate-controlled warehouses. Few people outside the institution have access to these spaces, and fewer still have any idea what lies within. Could it be possible that among those millions of unseen objects are relics that tell a very different story of the human past, one of giants, hybrid beings, and civilizations erased from the textbooks? The physical evidence of suppression may be scarce, but the circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. Former employees, independent researchers, and even some scientists have hinted that certain finds are classified or restricted. In one particularly curious case, a researcher claimed to have found an inventory number referencing anomalous large human bones in a 1930 Smithsonian catalog, only for that record to disappear from the system months later. When asked, the institution simply replied that the entry had been a clerical error. But can hundreds of reports over decades all be clerical errors? The pattern of removal and denial mirrors how other inconvenient discoveries have been handled throughout history. From ancient artifacts found deep within coal seams of metallic objects in geological layers millions of years old. Anything that doesn't fit the standard timeline is quietly labeled an anomaly and filed away where the public will never see it. The Smithsonian, as the highest scientific authority in American archaeology, became the gatekeeper, the final filter through which the past was allowed to emerge or vanish. What makes the mystery even more compelling is that the Smithsonian's influence extends far beyond the United States. Through partnerships with universities and research institutions around the world, it has the power to shape narratives about early humanity on a global scale. When a discovery threatens the accepted story, it can be marginalized with a single academic paper, a dismissive statement, or simply silence. In that sense, the missing giant skeletons are not just a scandal. They are a symptom of something deeper, the systematic editing of human history. If the Smithsonian truly possesses nothing to hide, then why not open its archives fully to independent investigators? Why not allow the public to see every catalog entry, every field note, every specimen collected from the mound sites of the 19th century? The refusal to do so keeps the suspicion alive. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. In trying to maintain control of history, the institution has become the centerpiece of one of the greatest historical mysteries ever told. The story of the Smithsonian and the lost skeletons is not just about hidden bones. It's about the boundaries of truth. It's about what happens when discovery collides with dogma, when science becomes less about seeking knowledge and more about protecting belief systems. And as we dig deeper, we begin to see that the Smithsonian is only the beginning. The trail of hidden giants stretches far beyond one institution, across continents and oceans, linking cultures and epochs that should never have had contact. What begins in Washington, D.C., soon leads us back thousands of years to the very people who built the mounds, the temples, and the cities of stone that the ancient world. Across the rolling hills and wide river valleys of North America lie thousands of ancient earthworks, massive geometric mounds, serpent-shaped ridges, and towering burial platforms. For centuries, they have puzzled archaeologists and historians alike. Who built them? Why were they constructed with such precision and astronomical alignment? And perhaps the most haunting question of all, what or who was buried inside them? The answer, according to countless early excavation reports and local accounts, is unlike anything taught in modern history books. Beneath the soil of these mounds, people once found the skeletons of beings so large that they defied all logic, bones of a race that came to be known as the mound builder giants. Long before European settlers arrived, Native American tribes told stories of a powerful people who ruled the land before them, giants who could hurl stones as easily as men threw spears. They were said to have built great fortresses and burial mounds, shaping the earth with unimaginable strength. When settlers began to dig into these mounds during the 1800s, they found evidence that seemed to confirm those ancient legends. Newspapers from Ohio, Illinois, Tennessee, and West Virginia documented skeletons measuring 7 to 10 feet in length, sometimes more, buried in carefully arranged chambers. The artifacts buried beside them, axes, pipes, copper ornaments, and giant stone tools, were proportionate to their size. These were not random bones scattered by nature. They were deliberate burials, the resting places of a forgotten people. One of the most famous discoveries occurred in the late 1800s in Chillicothe, Ohio, a region dense with mounds and earthworks. Excavators unearthed skeletons so large that they had to be reburied in oversized coffins. Witnesses described skulls twice the size of normal human skulls, and femurs too long to fit into standard display cases. Reports from the time mention that these remains were taken by the Smithsonian Institution for further study. Once again, after collection, they disappeared. The pattern was already taking shape: discovery, removal, disappearance. Archaeologists of the era recognized that these mounds were not random. They were arranged in patterns that reflected constellations, solstices, and cardinal directions. The builders clearly possessed advanced knowledge of geometry and astronomy. Some mounds were shaped like serpents stretching hundreds of feet, their coils aligned with solar and lunar events. Others formed massive circles and squares visible only from above. a feat of design suggesting that their creators had both engineering skill and an understanding of celestial movement. Yet, when the bones found within these structures were discovered to belong to unusually large individuals, mainstream archaeologists quickly dismissed the possibility of a distinct race of giants. Instead, they argued that these skeletons were merely tall individuals or mismeasurements caused by soil pressure. But the consistency of the reports across states makes coincidence difficult to believe. In 1872, near Kanawha Valley, West Virginia, a team excavating a mound discovered several skeletons averaging 8 feet tall. One skeleton, in particular, was surrounded by a ring of stone tablets engraved with symbols that no one could translate. Local farmers reported that the skulls were so massive that they could fit over their own heads like helmets. Another discovery in the same region revealed double rows of teeth, an anomaly that appeared in multiple excavations across the Midwest. The presence of such unique dental structures led some researchers to theorize that these giants were not simply tall humans, but a genetically distinct group, possibly an earlier or parallel species of humanity. Native traditions seem to echo that idea. The Iroquois, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, all spoke of an ancient race of tall, powerful beings who once dominated the continent. According to legend, these giants were intelligent and skilled, but proud and cruel. They enslaved smaller tribes and demanded sacrifices. In time, the ancestors of modern tribes rose against them in a great war, eventually driving them into extinction. Some stories say the giants retreated into the mountains or beneath the earth, while others claim that the Great Spirit destroyed them in a flood for their arrogance. When European settlers first heard these tales, they dismissed them as myth. But when the first giant skeletons began to emerge from the same mounds the tribes had described, the old stories took on new meaning. A particularly mysterious site lies in the heart of Ohio. The Serpent Mound, a massive effigy stretching nearly 1,400 feet across the landscape. Though no giant skeletons have been officially documented within it, several burial mounds in the surrounding region have yielded remains of abnormal size. Early explorers noted that the mound's design suggested not primitive builders, but sophisticated culture capable of large-scale earthworks. Some researchers now propose that the giant skeletons and the mound builders may have been one and the same, that the lost race mentioned by early settlers was not mythical but historical. Evidence of giant skeletons also appeared in Tennessee's Stone Fort and Alabama's Moundville. In one documented case from 1883, workers in Georgia uncovered a burial chamber with the remains of several individuals estimated at more than 8 feet tall, accompanied by ceremonial axes of extraordinary weight. These findings, too, were reportedly shipped off for scientific analysis and never seen again. The sheer number of accounts, from Minnesota to Mississippi, suggests that whatever civilization built these mounds was widespread, organized, and perhaps even centralized. The precision of their construction, aligned perfectly to celestial markers, implies that they possessed knowledge equal to or beyond what we attribute to later ancient societies. Skeptics often point out that tall skeletons can be the result of human exaggeration or soil distortion, yet soil compression typically shortens remains, not lengthens them. Even conservative remeasurements of some documented bones still produce heights between 7 and 8 feet, tall enough to qualify as anomalies in any population. Add to this the advanced artifacts, copper metallurgy, and astronomical alignments, and it becomes clear that the mound builders were not primitive nomads. They were a complex, powerful culture, and possibly not entirely human. Some modern archaeologists acknowledge that the mound builder culture, often associated with the Adena and Hopewell peoples, emerged suddenly with no clear evolutionary predecessors. Their skills in engineering and mathematics appeared advanced from the very beginning, as though inherited from an earlier civilization. If the giants were real, perhaps they were the carriers of that knowledge, the architects who shaped North America before fading into legend. When they died, their descendants may have continued some of their traditions, leaving behind traces of both human and something other. It's no coincidence that so many of these mounds are located near rivers, just as ancient civilizations across the world were built along waterways. The giants of the mound builder culture may have chosen these sites deliberately, for navigation, for agriculture, or perhaps for reasons now lost to time. And when they buried their dead, they built monuments meant to last a millennia, monuments that whisper across time to anyone willing to listen. But the mystery of the mound builders is not merely archaeological. It is existential. It challenges the entire framework of human history in the Americas. If giants once ruled these lands, if they built these intricate earthworks, then the story of human civilization on this continent begins far earlier and with far greater complexity than our textbooks admit. Were these beings survivors of an even older world, a world wiped out by catastrophe? Were they the remnants of a hybrid race, half human and half divine, remembered dimly in both indigenous myth and biblical scripture? Every mound that has been excavated and then reburied without full documentation is a chapter of history sealed away forever. And yet, even with the evidence buried, the land remembers. The alignments still point to the stars, the patterns still trace sacred geometry, and the stories of the giants still linger in the languages of those who came after them. The tale of the mound builder giants is more than a legend. It's a suppressed chapter of human existence, half revealed, half erased. And the deeper we look into it, the more we see the outlines of forgotten age where immense beings shaped the land and then vanished, leaving behind only the silent earthworks that still rise above the fields. But this is only the beginning, because if these mounds were their graves, then somewhere else must have been their cities, their strongholds, their temples. To find them, we must turn to the stories of the people who remember the giants best, the native tribes who once fought them, who knew their names, and who still tell their stories under the stars. Every ancient culture carries its memories and stories, and in North America, those stories echo with the footsteps of giants. Long before archaeologists turned their spades toward the earth, the native tribes of the continent already knew what lay buried beneath the soil. Their oral histories speak vividly of enormous beings, towering men and women who strode across the land with the strength of 10 hunters, the cunning of rulers, and the appetites of monsters. To the elders, these giants were not fables or myths meant to entertain children. They were warnings, passed down from ancestors who had seen them with their own eyes. Across the plains, deserts, and forests, the legends of the Tall Ones are as consistent as they are haunting. Among the Iroquois, there are stories of the Ranamwetawanka, a race of cruel giants who once lived in the Northeast. These beings were said to have been powerful, warlike, and often cannibalistic. The Iroquois say that their ancestors rose up and waged a long war to drive these creatures from the land. The battles were fierce and bloody, and though the humans eventually prevailed, they did so at great cost. Some versions of the tale say that the last of the giants fled west, while others claim they were swallowed by the earth itself. Archaeologists who later excavated sites in the region found unusually large arrowheads and stone weapons, tools far heavier than what a normal-sized man could have used effectively. Far to the south, the Choctaw tell the Nahullo, white-skinned giants who came from the west long before the arrival of European settlers. These giants were described as tall beyond comprehension and aggressive, hunting the native people for food. The Choctaw legends describe the great war that finally ended when the tribes banded together and drove the Nahullo into extinction. The story, when stripped of mythic language, reads like an ancient memory, a record of conflict between two distinct races, one human and one not. Early settlers recorded these stories with curiosity, never imagining that they might align with the skeletal evidence being unearthed just decades later. The Sioux speak of the Wendigo, often misinterpreted as a spirit of greed or madness. But in the older stories, the Wendigo was described as a towering, humanoid creature that roamed the forests, devouring human flesh. The Algonquian and Ojibwe tribes tell of similar beings, giants of the north who were once human but transformed into monsters through dark deeds. While modern interpretations focus on the moral symbolism of these myths, it is possible that they preserve fragments of encounters with real, physical beings, giants who once inhabited the cold northern regions, who preyed upon smaller tribes until they were wiped out or driven underground. Perhaps the most famous of all Native American giant legends comes from the Paiute people of Nevada. They tell of the Cetacea, a race of red-haired giants who lived in caves and preyed on the Paiutes' ancestors. According to the story, these giants were fast, intelligent, and savage. They wove reed boats to travel across the ancient lakes of the Great Basin, and they warred constantly with the smaller tribes that surrounded them. Eventually, the tribes united against the Cetacea, trapping them inside a massive cave, where they set fires at the entrance until the giants were suffocated by smoke. The cave still exists today. It is called Lovelock Cave. And, as later excavations revealed, the Paiute legends may not be mere imagination at all. The existence of giant bones within North American burial mounds and cave systems eerily mirrors these indigenous legends. To the tribes, the giants were not ancient mythic gods, but real adversaries, beings of flesh and blood. The Iroquois and Algonquian stories describe giants with double rows of teeth, exactly the same feature mentioned in 19th century excavation reports. The Choctaw legends describe giants with pale skin, just as early reports of red-haired mummies from Nevada and California describe beings with unusual pigmentation. Even more compelling, nearly all these stories describe the giants as being wiped out by divine punishment, a flood, fire, or a great war, echoing not just each other but myths from distant lands, including the biblical flood that destroyed the Nephilim. Some researchers argue that oral traditions preserve far more historical truth than modern scholars admit. Legends evolve, but the core of a story, the who, the what, the why, often remains remarkably stable. When tribes separated by thousands of miles tell nearly identical tales of enormous beings who enslaved, hunted, or ruled them, it becomes difficult to dismiss the consistency as coincidence. It suggests that these stories may stem from shared encounters in the deep past, long before written language or recorded history. In many of these legends, the giant are portrayed not just as brutish monsters, but as builders and kings. The Lakotas speak of the Chiatanka, big elder brothers, giant ancestors who once walked among the first humans, teaching them hunting, agriculture, and astronomy before becoming corrupt and turning against their students. The Mandan tribe refers to their first ancestors as the tall ones from the east, beings of immense stature who emerged from the earth after a great flood. The Hopi, too, preserve stories of the Anasazi, an ancient race of towering people who built the cliff dwellings long before the arrival of their own ancestors. Modern archaeology names the Anasazi a human culture, but the physical evidence of their remains, larger bones, elongated skulls, and advanced stonework, suggests something more complex. To the native peoples, the presence of these giants was part of the living world, not a mythic age. Their disappearance was not due to fading memory, but a divine reckoning. The Great Spirit, they say, destroyed the giants for their pride and their cruelty. Yet, in some traditions, not all were wiped out. A few escaped the cataclysm, retreating into hidden places, deep caves, mountains, and the underworld. These remnants, they believed, still exist, watching from the shadows of the earth, occasionally seen by those who wander too far into the wilderness. The consistency of these tales across time and geography raises troubling questions. How could tribes separated by thousands of miles all describe the same beings, the same wars, the same end? How could they all remember the same details? Unusual teeth, red or light hair, immense size, and insatiable appetites. Were these coincidences or remnants of a shared prehistorical experience passed down for millennia? If the oral histories are true, then archaeology has uncovered not isolated anomalies, but the fossilized evidence of these very same tall ones. Western scholars often treat such stories as metaphor, symbols of human struggle or morality, but the tribes themselves never intended them as allegory. To them, the giants were real, their bones part of the land, their stories as tangible as the mountains and rivers. When early settlers began to uncover skeletons matching these descriptions, it wasn't discovery at all. It was confirmation of what the elders had always said. What is perhaps most revealing is the reverence and fear that still surround these stories among indigenous communities today. Many elders discourage outsiders from digging near sacred mounds or caves, not because of superstition, but because those sites are the resting places of beings they still consider powerful. The earth, they say, remembers what man forgets. The giant are part of that memory, a warning written in soil and bone. The legends of the tall ones are the bridge between mythology and archaeology, between what science calls impossible and what tradition calls truth. They paint a picture of forgotten age when beings of immense size and power walk beside early humans, teachers, tyrants, or something in between. Their downfall, whether through divine retribution or human rebellion, marks a turning point in the ancient world. Humanity inherited the earth, but not the full story of how. And so the voices of the elders remain, whispering across the generations, describing beings that official science refuses to acknowledge. The old stories say the giants are gone, but their bones still sleep beneath the mounds. Their shadows still stretch across the land. The next step in uncovering their story lies where the Paiute legends point us, deep within the caves of the Nevada desert, where the red-haired Sitesich met their fiery end, and where, perhaps, the truth of the giants still waits to be unearthed. In the blistering desert heart of Nevada lies a place that seems ordinary to anyone passing by, Lovelock Cave. It sits quietly in Humboldt Sink, a barren stretch of salt flats and sagebrush where the wind hums against the rocks and the sun bleaches the earth pale. Yet beneath this unassuming landscape is one of the most haunting archaeological mysteries in American history. According to native Paiute legend, this was the final refuge of a race of red-haired giants, the Sitesich. They were fierce, intelligent, and terrifying, and their story has echoed for centuries through the oral traditions of the Great Basin tribes. When early explorers and archaeologists entered Lovelock Cave in the early 1900s, they stumbled upon something that seemed to turn legend into reality. Ancient artifacts, enormous bones, and mummified remains that did not belong to ordinary humans. The story begins long before the excavations, when the Paiute elder Sarah Winnemucca wrote about her tribe's oral history in her 1883 book Life, Among the Paiutes, Their Wrongs and Claims. In it, she recounted tales her ancestors told of a savage race of red-haired cannibals who lived in a region long before the Paiute people arrived. These giants were called the Sitesich, meaning tule eaters, referring to the fibrous water plants they used to weave boats and tools. The Paiute described them as towering over ordinary men, with hair ranging from fiery red to light auburn and with violent appetites. The Sitesich were said to raid villages, devour their captives, and wage endless war upon the tribes of the Great Basin. Eventually, the surrounding tribes united to destroy them, trapping the remaining giants in a cave, piling brush at the entrance, and setting it ablaze. Smoke filled the chamber, and the last cries of the giants faded into silence. For the Paiute, Lovelock Cave became a sacred warning, proof of divine justice and human endurance. Centuries later, in 1911, a group of miners searching for bat guano, a natural fertilizer, entered that same cave. As they dug through dry layers of earth, they began to uncover strange things: weapons, woven sandals far too large for any normal foot, and bones that seemed abnormally big. The miners reported finding human remains that were far taller than any they had seen, including skulls of unusual proportions. They claimed that some of the bones were still wrapped in desiccated skin and reddish hair. Word spread quickly, and soon archaeologists from the University of California were sent to investigate. The official excavation, led by archaeologists Llewellyn Loud and Mark Harrington between 1912 and 1929, uncovered over 10,000 artifacts, some dating back thousands of years. There were finely woven baskets, duck decoys, bone tools, and sophisticated fishing gear that spoke of an advanced culture. But among the thousands of relics were the remains of at least 2 mummified individuals, one reportedly measuring over 8 feet in height. Even more puzzling were the red strands of hair, still clinging to the skulls. The archaeologists cataloged the remains, but soon sent them to museums for further analysis. Over time, the bones and mummies vanished from public display, and official records began to downplay the reports of their size. The Smithsonian Institution, which received several of the bones, never released any conclusive findings. Yet the eyewitnesses, miners, journalists, and early researchers remained convinced of what they saw. In 1931, the Nevada Review-Minor reported that 2 giant skeletons had been unearthed in the Lovelock area, one measuring 5 feet tall, the other just under 10 feet. The article described them as having distinctly red hair and unusually thick skulls. Similar reports continue for decades, often dismissed by mainstream science, but consistently supported by local witnesses. When Harrington himself revisited the site years later, he confirmed that strands of reddish hair had indeed been found, but suggested that the color might have changed over time due to oxidation, a plausible, yet not definitive, explanation. Beyond the physical evidence, the cultural context of Lovelock Cave deepens the mystery. The artifact discovered there show craftsmanship that rivals ancient cultures of the Old World. The duck decoys, for instance, are so intricate that they resemble the work of Egyptian or Mesopotamian artisans. The textiles display complex weaving patterns that seem advanced for their supposed age. If the CTCH were indeed real, they were not mere brutes. They were builders, craftsmen, and navigators. Some researchers have even speculated that the red-haired giants might have been remnants of an ancient seafaring civilization, survivors of a lost world who reached North America long before recorded history. Then there's a geological and archaeological timeline to consider. The layers of sediment inside Lovelock Cave date back thousands of years, suggesting human occupation over vast periods. If the Paiute legends of the CTCH refer to real beings, then they may have lived in a region during or before the end of the last ice age. That would place them in a period when rising sea levels and massive climate changes forced many ancient populations to migrate or vanish. The possibility that Lovelock Cave preserved a snapshot of that forgotten era is both tantalizing and disturbing. Skeptics argue that the supposed giant bones were either misidentified human remains or exaggerations fueled by folklore. They point out that the mummies and skeletons were never thoroughly documented by neutral third parties. Yet, the consistency of the early reports and the tribal legends predating them by centuries make it difficult to dismiss entirely. Why would the Paiute invent a story that aligns so perfectly with archaeological findings made long after the tale originated? And if the early excavators fabricated or exaggerated their discoveries, why did multiple independent witnesses, including miners with no academic agenda, describe the same features: oversized bones, red hair, and strange artifacts? Adding to the intrigue, some researchers have noted that similar red-haired giant remains have been reported in other parts of the world: Peru, Egypt, the Canary Islands, and the Middle East. Could the CTCH have been part of a global race of tall, fair-skinned people remembered in myth as gods, titans, or fallen angels? The ancient world stories of the Nephilim, the Anakim, and the Titans all describe beings of immense stature and strange origin. Perhaps Lovelock Cave is not an isolated mystery, but one thread in a global pattern. Evidence of an ancient population that once spanned continents before vanishing into legend. Even today, some locals in Nevada whisper that Lovelock Cave holds secrets that were never publicly revealed. There are accounts of restricted access to certain parts of the site and of photographs that have quietly disappeared from archives. A few amateur explorers claim to have found oversized tools and handprints etched into stone, remnants of a forgotten race. While official science insists that no physical evidence of giants remains, the landscape itself seems to disagree. The caves, the stories, and the unexplainable artifacts form a tapestry too coherent to ignore. Lovelock Cave stands as one of the most compelling intersections between myth and archaeology. It offers tangible physical evidence, artifacts, human remains, and sedimentary layers, combined with ancient oral histories that align in shocking ways. The red-haired giant in Nevada may not be recognized by modern science, but their story refuses to die. Every generation that revisits the site rediscovers the same haunting questions. Who were the CTCH? Where did they come from? And how could a race of beings so large, so skilled, and so feared vanish so completely from the historical record? If the bones truly existed and were taken for study, then their disappearance mirrors a troubling pattern. The same vanishing act that has followed reports of giant skeletons across the continent. Lovelock Cave, then, is more than a site of ancient habitation. It is a symbol of the tension between what is known and what is suppressed, between history and myth, between evidence and the silence that buries it. The wind that whistles through its entrance still carries the echo of the old stories, a reminder that beneath the dust of time, something extraordinary once lived, and perhaps still sleeps within the depths of the earth. Across the American Midwest and the Mississippi Valley, from Ohio to Wisconsin and down through Tennessee, lie countless earthen monuments, vast geometric patterns and towering mounds that rise silently from the landscape. For centuries, these structures were dismissed as the work of primitive tribes, their origins brushed aside as local curiosities. Yet, when early settlers and explorers began to excavate these mounds during the 19th century, they uncovered something utterly baffling. Skeletons of enormous size, artifacts of advanced craftsmanship, and indications of a culture far older and more complex than history dared to admit. The story of the mound builder giants is not isolated to one region. It stretches across the entire continent, connecting hundreds of discoveries that all seem to whisper the same forbidden truth, that North America once hosted a race of beings far beyond ordinary human scale. It was in the heart of the Ohio River Valley where the most astonishing evidence emerged. The valley, stretching to the fertile lands of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, became the epicenter of mound culture. The Serpent Mound and Newark earthworks, the Grave Creek Mound, all stand as enduring enigmas of prehistoric engineering. Early excavations in these regions frequently reported the discovery of giant skeletons, many over 7 feet tall, and some as large as 9 or 10. In 1883, at the Serpent Mound site in Adams County, workers unearthed a burial chamber containing the remains of several unusually large individuals. One report described a skull so massive that it could fit over a normal man's head like a helmet. The bones, once exposed to air, crumbled quickly, suggesting they were ancient beyond measure. Just north of there, at the Newark earthworks in Ohio, another discovery challenged all expectations. When excavators opened burial mounds surrounding the site, they found not only tall skeletons, but also intricately carved stone tablets inscribed with symbols that resembled ancient scripts, unknown to any Native American language. Some scholars suggested they were astronomical markers, while others hinted at written language predating anything known in the Americas. Even more startling was that these skeletons were found in seated positions, surrounded by grave goods made of copper, mica, and shell, materials sourced from regions hundreds of miles apart. Whoever these people were, they commanded trade networks and technical skills on par with early civilizations of the Old World. In the late 1800s, newspaper accounts across the United States began reporting similar discoveries. The New York Times, Scientific American, and countless regional papers described giant skeletons unearthed in mounds from Wisconsin, Alabama. One 1877 report from Kanawha County, West Virginia, told of skeletons measuring between 7 and 8 feet tall, buried in stone-lined vaults beneath the mounds. Another from 1891 described a group of prehistoric giants discovered near Maple Creek, Wisconsin, with skulls twice as thick as those of modern humans and teeth arranged in double rows. These finds were meticulously documented by local historical societies and amateur archaeologists, yet few were ever publicly displayed. Most of the remains were allegedly sent to the Smithsonian Institution for study, and then vanished without explanation. The Smithsonian's role in the mound excavations adds a layer of deep intrigue. During the late 19th century, the Bureau of Ethnology conducted large-scale surveys of mound builder sites. Officially, they concluded that the mounds were constructed by the ancestors of modern Native Americans, specifically the Adena and Hopewell cultures. But internal letters and field reports from the era mentioned the discovery of skeletons of extraordinary size. These details were omitted from final publications, creating suspicion among later researchers that evidence contradicting established timelines and theories had been intentionally suppressed. If giant skeletons did exist, they would disrupt the accepted evolutionary and anthropological models of human development, an outcome that many institutions might have preferred to avoid. The Adena culture, dated between 1000 BCE and 200 CE, is often cited as the origin of the mound-building tradition. Yet, even within official archaeological findings, the Adena people are described as unusually tall. Excavations in the early 1900s documented individuals between 6 and 7 feet in height, significantly above the average for the period. In some Adena burial sites, the skeletal remains included elongated skulls, massive jaws, and thick bones. These characteristics were often explained away as natural variation, but taken collectively, they form a pattern too consistent to ignore. Were the Adena the descendants of an earlier, even larger race, the same giants remembered in native traditions? Farther south, in Tennessee's Stone Fort and Alabama's Moundville, similar discoveries emerged. Workers in 1883 unearthed a burial chamber containing several skeletons estimated at over 8 feet tall, accompanied by ceremonial axes of immense size and weight. The sheer mass of these tools suggested they had been wielded by hands of far greater strength than any ordinary humans. The bones, as usual, were removed and catalogued, but the records quickly faded into obscurity. Those who examined them firsthand described femurs longer than their forearms and skulls too broad to fit into museum display cases. One of the most detailed accounts came from Spiro Mound in Oklahoma, where early excavators found not only large skeletons, but also intricate copper ornaments, seashell jewelry, and objects made from obsidian, materials sourced from as far away as the Rocky Mountains and the Gulf Coast. The sophistication of the artifacts indicated a high level of cultural development. Yet, when the physical evidence pointed to a people of extraordinary stature, the narrative abruptly shifted. The discoveries were recategorized as ceremonial exaggerations, and any mention of giant skeletons vanished from official reports. The mounds themselves seemed to preserve mathematical and astronomical secrets. The Great Serpent Mound, for instance, aligns precisely with the solstices and lunar standstills, reflecting a deep understanding of celestial cycles. The Newark earthworks form perfect circles and octagons that align with lunar and solar events, suggesting the builders possessed advanced geometric knowledge. These alignments mirror those found in megalithic structures worldwide: Stonehenge in England, the pyramids in Egypt, and the temples of Central America. Could the mound builders have been part of a lost global tradition, guided by a common source of knowledge, perhaps passed down from an earlier epoch, an age of giants who walked the earth? Even in modern times, farmers and construction workers occasionally unearth massive bones in these regions, only to have them quietly removed by authorities or private collectors. Locals tell stories of government agents arriving within hours of discovery, sealing off sites and confiscating evidence. Whether these accounts are exaggerations or not, the pattern echoes the past: discovery, collection, disappearance. The same silence that surrounds Lovelock Cave extends across the continent, as though an invisible hand has erased the physical proof of an ancient race from the pages of history. Still, the earth remembers. The mounds rise like great sleeping sentinels, holding within them the bones and artifacts of a forgotten world. They stand as monuments to a civilization that understood geometry, astronomy, and death in ways modern scholars still struggle to comprehend. The ancients built them not merely as tombs but as messages, encoded in shape and alignment, for future generations to decipher. And perhaps, in their massive dimensions and enduring silence, they also carry the imprint of their creator's stature. If the mound builder giants truly existed, their legacy is written not only in the soil but in the myths, architecture, and anomalies scattered across the American landscape. From the towering effigies of Ohio to the hidden burial chambers of the South, each site whispers the same unsettling truth: our history is incomplete. The giants may be gone, but their monuments remain vast, mysterious, and defiant of the official timeline. The next question, then, is whether similar evidence exists beyond North America, across the seas, in lands where ancient chronicles also speak of colossal beings who ruled before recorded history. Because if giants once built the mounds of America, perhaps they also built the foundations of civilization itself. Across the oceans, thousands of miles from the mysterious mounds of North America, similar whispers of colossal beings echo through the ancient world. From the deserts of the Middle East to the high plateaus of South America, nearly every civilization tells of a time when giants walked the earth, beings of immense stature, extraordinary knowledge, and terrifying power. Their names differ, but their essence remains the same: the Nephilim of the Hebrew Bible, the Anakim and Rephaim of Canaan, the Titans of Greece, the deities of India, and the Quinametsin of Mesoamerica. What's striking is that these stories, separated by oceans and millennia, all describe the same extraordinary phenomena: a race of beings, neither entirely divine nor human, whose remnants lie buried beneath the soil of forgotten ages. According to the book of Genesis, before the great flood, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. These giants, called Nephilim, were the offspring of celestial beings who mingled with mortal women, producing a hybrid race that defied natural limits. The Nephilim were described as mighty men of old, men of renown, beings who corrupted the world with violence and arrogance until divine wrath wiped them out in the deluge. But even after the flood, the Bible tells of more giants: the Anakim, who terrified the Israelites upon entering Canaan, and the Rephaim, whose remnants were said to inhabit the lands east of the Jordan. These beings were not simply tall. They were described as monstrous in both stature and strength. King Og of Bashan, for instance, was said to sleep in a bed over 13 feet long. Archaeological evidence from the ancient Near East seems to echo these myths in strange ways. Megalithic ruins in Lebanon at the site of Baalbek consist of stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons, so massive that modern machinery struggles to move them. How could ancient builders, supposedly lacking advanced technology, have transported and placed these colossal stones with such precision. Some researchers propose that these feats were accomplished by a race of beings of immense strength, perhaps the same giants described in ancient texts. Legends from the Levant say that Baalbek was originally built by a race of giant men before the time of the flood, and that later civilizations merely repurposed their structures. Farther east, in the Indian subcontinent, Hindu texts describe beings known as Daityas and Danavas, towering, godlike races who war with the Devas, the celestial beings of heaven. These giants possessed immense strength, advanced weaponry, and great knowledge of the cosmos. Some were said to inhabit underground cities and mountain fortresses. In the Mahabharata, an epic older than most Western texts, descriptions of wars involving flying crafts, vimanas, weapons of energy, and beings of immense size fill its pages. Could these be mythic retellings of ancient events involving a race now lost to time? The parallels of Nephilim, celestial beings interbreeding with humans, are uncanny. Both stories describe hybrid offspring, advanced knowledge, and divine punishment that led to catastrophic destruction. In ancient Greece, the myths of the Titans and Gigantes paint a similar picture. The Titans were primordial gods of immense size who ruled before the Olympians, while the Gigantes were massive beings born of Gaia, who waged war against Zeus and his kin. These stories may have been symbolic, but they also preserve fragments of a prehistoric memory, one of vast beings whose reign ended in cataclysm. Ancient Greek historians like Philostratus and Pausanias claim to have seen the bones of giants displayed in temples, often mistaken for those of massive beasts. Yet, modern paleontologists have found that ancient peoples could distinguish between animal and human remains quite well. If they said they saw humanoid giants, perhaps they truly did. In South America, the Inca and other Andean cultures told of the Wari and Viracochas, tall, light-skinned beings who arrived from across the sea and taught humanity how to build, farm, and govern. The Book of Mormon even speaks of an ancient American race of giants called the Jaredite, who were destroyed long before modern tribes appeared. In the 16th century, Spanish conquistadors reported finding skeletons in Peru and Ecuador that measured over 10 feet tall. Father Pedro Cieza de Leon, one of the earliest chroniclers of the New World, wrote that native people showed him enormous bones they believed belonged to a race of giants who once lived on their coasts. Similar reports came from Mexico, where the Aztecs told of the Quinametsin, giants who built the great pyramids of Teotihuacan before being destroyed by the gods for their arrogance. The consistency of these myths across continents cannot easily be ignored. Everywhere we look, humanity seems to remember a time when enormous beings ruled the earth, builders of stone, teachers of civilization, and sometimes destroyers of mankind. From Sumerian records of the Anunnaki to Norse legends of the frost giants, the story repeats with uncanny precision. Divine or semi-divine beings create or dominate humanity, rule for a time, and then vanish, leaving behind colossal ruins as their fingerprints. Even ancient Egypt bears traces of this forgotten race. The Book of the Dead and other funerary texts describe the followers of Horus, semi-divine beings who reigned before the pharaohs. Early depictions and hieroglyphs show figures towering over ordinary humans, sometimes interpreted as symbolic, but perhaps reflecting a real distinction. The pyramids themselves, with their astronomical precision and scale, remain unmatched in human engineering for thousands of years. Ancient Arab historians such as al-Makrizi wrote that the pyramids were built long before the Great Flood by a race of giants who foresaw the coming deluge and sought to preserve their knowledge. Could it be that all these legends, scattered across continents, describe the same reality through different cultural lenses? If in the Nephilim of the Middle East, the Titans of Greece, the deities of India, and the Quinametsin of the Americas were all part of a single global epic of giants, then perhaps humanity's collective memory is not myth but fragmented history. Ancient people had no contact with each other across oceans, yet they remembered the same story. Gods or star beings descended, interbred with humans, produced giants, and were ultimately destroyed in a flood or divine war. Modern archaeology struggles with these connections because they threaten the accepted timeline of human development. The existence of a global race of advanced giants implies a civilization older than Sumer, older than Egypt, one that may have perished in the cataclysms that ended the Ice Age. This idea aligns eerily with modern geological evidence of sudden floods and massive upheavals around 12,000 years ago, the same period remembered in myths as the Great Flood. The question then arises, if these giants once ruled the earth, where are their remains? Could the megalithic ruins of Baalbek, the Cyclopean walls of Peru, and the earthen mounds of North America be their tombs and temples? And could the scattered giant bones found throughout history, in mounds, caves, and mountains, be the final traces of this vanished epic? Perhaps the legends persist because they are not myths at all, but inherited memories of a time when another race walked among us, a race erased not by imagination, but by disaster and deliberate suppression. From the desert of Canaan to the jungles of Peru, the same message emerges again and again. Giants once ruled the earth, and mankind inherited their ruins. If the biblical and mythological giants were real, then the stories of the mound builders and the Lovelock Cave red-haired giants are not anomalies, but extensions of a single global saga. The giants they can't explain may not be isolated to America. They may represent a hidden chapter of human origins, one that unites every corner of the ancient world in a single, awe-inspiring mystery. And if that's true, then the mounds of North America are not just local wonders. They are part of the same grand architecture of antiquity that connects us to the lost age of giants. While the legends of giants weave their way through every culture on Earth, the stories take on an even darker and more tangible tone when we journey to one particular place, the wind-swept deserts of Nevada, to a site known as Lovelock Cave. Here, amid the arid cliffs and the endless silence, lies one of the most disturbing and hotly debated discoveries in all of forbidden archaeology. For over a century, whispers have persisted that inside this cave, explorers uncovered the skeletal remains of giant red-haired beings who once ruled over the ancient peoples of North America. The Lovelock mystery is more than local folklore. It is a case where ancient legend, eyewitness testimony, and archaeological discovery collide in a way that challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. The story begins long before the modern era, with the oral traditions of the Paiute people, one of the oldest native tribes in Nevada. For generations, the Paiutes told stories about a race of violent, red-haired giants known as the Sitisich, a word roughly translating to tule eaters, referencing the fibrous reeds that grew near ancient lake beds. According to tribal accounts, these beings were not human. They were massive, cannibalistic, and cruel, preying upon the Paiutes and other tribes who shared the region. The legends describe a prolonged and brutal conflict. The Paiutes, driven to desperation, eventually trapped the last of these giants inside a great cave, setting fires at its entrance and shooting flaming arrows until smoke filled the chamber. The giants were said to have suffocated and perished inside, their bones forever buried in the darkness. For centuries, this tale existed only in oral history, a myth perhaps, told around fires and passed down through the generations. That is, until the early 20th century, when miners stumbled upon something extraordinary inside a cave near Lovelock, Nevada. In 1911, two guano miners, David Hart and James Pugh, were digging through layers of ancient bat droppings in search of fertilizer material when they discovered artifacts, tools, bones, baskets, and even what appeared to be ancient sandals and weapons. But what stopped them cold was what they allegedly found next: enormous human-like bones, including skulls and femurs, far too large to belong to any normal person. According to reports later recorded, some of the skulls measured almost twice the size of an average human head. Soon, word of the discovery spread, and the University of California sent a team of archaeologists to excavate the site. The official excavation uncovered over 10,000 artifacts, including woven fabrics, duck decoys, stone tools, and the mummified remains of several individuals. Among these remains were bodies with striking features, unusually tall stature, and most notably, strands of red hair still attached to the skulls. These were immediately compared to the legends of the Sitisich, the red-haired giants of Paiute lore. However, what happened next would plunge the Lovelock story into a century-long debate between official science and alternative history. The museum records describe the skeletal remains as normal humans, though many researchers who examined them privately described unusual features: larger cranial capacity, elongated skulls, and bone proportions inconsistent with local populations. Some miners swore they had seen complete skeletons measuring over 8 feet tall before they were removed. Yet, when asked to produce these remains, museums and institutions said they had been misplaced or lost. Only a handful of skulls and mummified fragments remain today, and even those have been quietly locked away from public display. Eyewitness accounts from the time provide eerie detail. One early researcher, Don Monroe, who had access to cave in the 1920s, claimed he saw massive footprints embedded in the guano layers. Others reported photographs of giant bones that have since vanished. In the 1950s, a local historian named Llewellyn Loud attempted to trace the missing skeletons through museum archives, but found that many had simply disappeared after being sent to Smithsonian for further analysis. This pattern, discovery, brief exposure, then disappearance, mirrors the story surrounding the giant mound skeletons of the eastern United States. The red-haired mummies themselves present another layer of intrigue. Genetic and forensic testing on similar remains from nearby sites revealed a surprising trait. The red hair wasn't caused by decay, as skeptics have suggested, but was likely natural. This raises a perplexing question. How could a population of red-haired, fair-skinned individuals exist in North America thousands of years ago, long before European contact? DNA evidence from other ancient remains in the region has hinted at non-native genetic markers, though these studies are often suppressed or dismissed as inconclusive. Even more bizarre are the physical artifacts found within Lovelock Cave. Among them were sandals measuring over 15 inches in length, implying feet belonging to individuals over 8 feet tall. There were massive handprints embedded in the cave walls, and fragments of tools and weapons far too large for an average human to wield comfortably. Some of the duck decoys and woven materials found at the site show craftsmanship that defies the known capabilities of the local prehistoric cultures, suggesting an advanced people who lived there long before the Paiutes or their ancestors. The Paiute elders, when interviewed about the discovery, were not surprised. To them, the cave was sacred ground, a tomb for the enemies their ancestors had destroyed. They warned outsiders not to disturb it, insisting that the spirits of the Cetich still lingered within. They told of the giants' cruelty, their insatiable hunger, and their downfall at the hands of the tribes who united to end their reign. For the Paiute, this was not mythology. It was history. Modern archaeologists, however, insist that the Lovelock Cave giants are misinterpretation, that the red hair is a result of pigment degradation, that the large bones were either animal remains or exaggerations, and that the artifact belonged to a normal-sized prehistoric culture. Yet, despite these reassurances, inconsistencies remain. Why were so many remains unaccounted for? Why were excavation records incomplete or destroyed? And why do early descriptions from credible witnesses, including university researchers, mention skeletons of gigantic proportions? If Lovelock Cave truly contained the remains of a lost race of giants, it would rewrite the prehistory of North America. It would prove that the legends of the Cetich were not mere folklore, but distant memories of a race of beings who once shared this land with ancient humans. It would also connect directly to similar stories from across the globe of red-haired giants found in Peru, Polynesia, and even the Middle East. Could these be remnants of the same ancient lineage, scattered across continents after some great cataclysm? The Lovelock mystery forces us to confront a chilling possibility: that human history may not be a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but a cycle of rise and destruction with entire species and civilizations lost between epochs. It suggests that what mainstream science dismisses as myth may actually be the last fragments of a suppressed reality. Today, Lovelock Cave still exists, its entrance sealed off, its depth silent. Tourists can visit, but they will find little mention of giants. Only plaques describing prehistoric tribes and archaeological findings sanitized of their controversy. Yet beneath that surface, the whispers remain. Locals still tell stories of miners who vanished, of bones spirited away in the night, of a truth buried deeper than the guano itself. The Paiutes still remember what happened there, and they still call it what it has always been: the cave where the giants died. As the desert wind howls through the dry Nevada air, the cave stands as a monument to what was once discovered and what has since been hidden. Was Lovelock Cave merely an archaeological curiosity, or was it a burial site of a forgotten race, erased to protect the official timeline of history? The answer may lie sealed within those rocky walls, waiting for the one explorer brave enough to face what the earth has long tried to conceal. Deep within the tangled forests and endless valleys of the American Midwest lies another mystery, one that has quietly haunted the records of early explorers, settlers, and archaeologists for centuries. Long before modern America existed, the land was dotted with thousands of ancient burial mounds, earthen structures so old that even the native tribes who lived beside them claimed they had been built by someone else, by a forgotten race of giants. These are the mound builders, a civilization so mysterious, so immense in its scale and craftsmanship, that it once stretched across the heart of North America. And yet, for all their grandeur, the true identity of the mound builders remains one of archaeology's most stubborn enigmas. Who were they? What kind of people constructed these massive earthworks with geometric perfection? And why do so many 19th century records describe giant skeletons emerging from their tombs? The first European settlers who ventured into the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were astonished to find sprawling mounds that seemed to appear out of nowhere, massive, symmetrical earthen pyramids, some over 100 feet tall, others shaped like serpents or aligned to the stars. They were too precise, too advanced for the primitive tools thought to be available at the time. Early surveyors like Ephraim Squire and Edwin Davis, who documented the mounds in the mid-1800s for the Smithsonian Institution, described the earthworks as the remnants of a highly organized ancient society. They recorded geometric alignments so accurate that some mounds function as astronomical calendars, marking solstices and equinoxes with mathematical precision. Whoever built them possessed a deep understanding of engineering, geometry, and celestial motion. But beneath these elegant structures lay something even more unsettling: bones of enormous humans, buried with ceremonial care. Across the Midwest, in Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Wisconsin, and Iowa, newspapers from the 1800s and early 1900s reported the same discovery over and over again: skeletons measuring 7, 8, even 10 feet tall, unearthed in the heart of burial mounds. Local farmers, construction crews, and amateur archaeologists described skulls so massive that they could fit over an ordinary man's head like a helmet. Many of these skeletons were found with copper ornaments, tools, and stone weapons that would have required immense strength to wield. One of the most famous accounts comes from Serpent Mound, Ohio's most iconic earthwork, a giant snake carved into the landscape, stretching over 1,300 feet in length, with its mouth encircling an egg-shaped mound aligned with the summer solstice. Early explorers claimed to have found skeletal remains near the site, some measuring nearly 9 feet tall. In the nearby Adena burial mounds, similar discoveries were made: massive bones, oversized skulls, and peculiar anatomical features like double rows of teeth. While official excavations in later decades conveniently failed to replicate these findings, the sheer number of consistent early reports raises an obvious question. Were all these people lying, or did they truly uncover evidence that didn't fit the official narrative? The Adena and Hopewell cultures are now credited with constructing most of the great mounds between 1000 BC and 500 AD, but even their descendants said they were not the first. When asked, native elders often told early anthropologists that the mounds were built long ago by a race of giant beings who had been destroyed in ancient wars. The Iroquois, the Choctaw, and the Omaha tribes all had legends describing a time when their ancestors battled great men of enormous size. The Choctaw spoke of the Nahullo, white-skinned giants who came from the east and enslaved smaller tribes before being wiped out by a divine flood. The Lenape told of the Alagi, a race of giant warriors who were defeated and driven into extinction by the ancestors of the Delaware. And in the oral history of the Osage, there are stories of the Great Ones, who stood twice as tall as humans and vanished when the sky gods destroyed their cities. What's fascinating is how these stories overlap perfectly with what early archaeologists and settlers claimed to find inside the mounds. In 1871, a report from Brush Creek, Ohio, described the unearthing of 3 skeletons over 8 feet tall, each wearing copper crowns and adorned with shell jewelry. In 1891, the Scientific American published a report about giant skeletons found near Madison, Wisconsin. In 1895, a farmer in Jackson County, Ohio, reportedly uncovered a burial chamber containing 10 skeletons, each averaging over 7 feet tall. Dozens of similar reports appeared in newspapers like the New York Times, the St. Louis Dispatch, and the Kansas City Journal. These were not obscure tabloids. They were reputable publications of their day. Yet, in nearly every case, the bones vanished soon after discovery. Sometimes they were sent to local universities or the Smithsonian for analysis. Sometimes they were lost in transport. Other times, they were quietly dismissed as exaggerations without further examination. The official position became that all the reports were either misidentified animal bones or fabrications by overzealous amateurs. But the consistency of these stories, in location, measurement, and detail, makes such explanations difficult to accept. It's as though a systematic effort was made to erase every physical trace of these giant remains. Some researchers believe that the mound builders were the remnants of a much older civilization, perhaps survivors of the cataclysm that ended the Ice Age. The precision of their constructions, especially astronomical sites like Newark Earthworks and Serpent Mound, suggests they inherited advanced knowledge. Others argue that they might have been the descendants of the very Nephilim or fallen ones mentioned in ancient texts, a hybrid race wiped out by divine catastrophe, but lingering in isolated pockets of the world. The red-haired giants of Lovelock, the tall warriors buried in the Ohio mounds, and the white-skinned gods described in South American legends might all be fragments of the same lost lineage. There's also an unsettling spiritual dimension to these stories. Excavators often describe a heavy, oppressive feeling when opening the mounds, strange sounds, sudden collapses, and even fatal accidents. Local tribes warn against disturbing the burial sites, insisting that they were sacred resting places of ancient spirits. Some modern investigators have noted that many of these mounds sit on electromagnetic anomalies or ley lines, areas where compasses fail and strange lights are sometimes seen. Could these structures have been more than tombs? Perhaps they were also energy centers, aligned with celestial events, designed by beings who understood earth and sky in ways we cannot comprehend. The mounds remain a silent testimony to a forgotten chapter of prehistory. Today, thousands still stretch across the American landscape, though most go unnoticed, buried under fields, forests, and cities. Archaeologists continue to study them, but the narrative has been neatly rewritten. No giants, no mystery, just prehistoric tribes of ordinary humans. The bones are gone, the records sanitized, and the legends labeled as superstition. Yet, every time a new mound is excavated, there are whispers of strange findings quickly hushed, and of discoveries that never reach the public eye. Perhaps that's the greatest mystery of all. The mound builders left no written language, no monuments of stone, only earth and bones that may belong to a race history refuses to acknowledge. Were they our ancestors, our teachers, or something entirely different? The answers lie beneath our very feet, buried in the soil of America, waiting for those who dare to dig deeper. And as the official story grows more fragile, the question only becomes louder. What did they find inside those mounds that was so threatening, so unexplainable, that it had to be erased? If there's one place in America where the echoes of the giants refuse to fade, it is the Ohio Valley, a land once teeming with monumental earthworks, mysterious stone chambers, and ancient legends that defy explanation. Here, the landscape itself seems to whisper of an age when enormous beings walked the earth. For over 2 centuries, this region has yielded more accounts of giant skeletons than perhaps anywhere else on the planet. Farmers plowing their fields, miners digging into riverbanks, and archaeologists surveying ancient mounds all stumbled upon bones so large, skulls so massive, and burial chambers so intricate that they could not fit neatly into the accepted history of early America. The Ohio Valley was once the heartland of the Adena and Hopewell cultures, 2 prehistoric societies known for their extraordinary mound-building traditions. Their earthworks form vast geometric patterns visible even from the sky, circles, octagons, and serpent-like coils that align perfectly with solar and lunar cycles. The precision of these structures has baffled scientists for generations. How could so-called primitive people, without metal tools or written language, create such mathematically flawless monuments? Many have wondered whether the builders possessed knowledge far beyond their time, or perhaps were physically capable of feats ordinary humans could not perform. As early as the 1700s, European settlers recorded finding bones of men of gigantic stature while exploring the riverbanks of the Ohio. By the mid-1800s, these discoveries were being reported so frequently that local newspapers treated them almost as routine events. One of the earliest and most famous finds occurred near Wheeling, West Virginia, in 1838, when workers unearthed a burial mound containing several skeletons, one measuring nearly 9 feet in height. In 1849, in Chillicothe, Ohio, the heart of Hopewell Territory, excavators uncovered a massive skeleton adorned with copper bracelets and seashell ornaments, estimated to stand over 8 feet tall when alive. More discoveries followed, each more perplexing than the last. In Bainbridge Township, Ohio, a group of amateur diggers in the late 19th century unearthed several burial pits containing skeletons of enormous proportions, alongside weapons and tools so oversized they seemed built for beings of extraordinary strength. Near Marietta, archaeologists uncovered a skull that could fit completely over the head of a normal man, and a jawbone large enough to encompass a human face. These were not isolated anomalies. Dozens of similar finds were reported in newspapers like the New York Times, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and the Cincinnati Enquirer. In 1879, a well-documented case emerged from Brush Creek Township in Highland County, Ohio. Workers digging through a mound discovered the remains of 3 giant skeletons sitting upright in a stone chamber. The tallest measured over 9 feet. According to witnesses, the bones were well preserved, the skulls unusually thick, and the teeth perfectly aligned, yet with a strange feature, a double row of molars. When local authorities contacted the Smithsonian Institution to examine the find, representatives arrived, collected the remains, and departed. The bones were never seen again. This pattern of disappearance repeats itself throughout the Ohio Valley. In 1880, several enormous skeletons were discovered in Circleville, a city named for its circular mound complex, but the remains were quickly removed and never displayed. In 1892, near Toledo, workers digging a foundation unearthed 2 skeletons, both measuring over 8 feet tall. The bones were sent to university for analysis and vanished from record. Even the Smithsonian's own 19th century reports once mentioned the excavation of large and powerful frames, only for later editions to quietly omit those lines. It's as though the physical evidence of giants was systematically scrubbed from history. The native peoples of the Ohio Valley had long told stories about the builders of these mounds. The Shawnee, Cherokee, and Iroquois all spoke of enormous beings who once inhabited the region, great men who lived in vast cities of earth and stone. The Iroquois legend tells of the stone giants, towering figures covered in rock-like armor who were nearly invincible. The Shawnee spoke of a race of red-haired giants who enslaved smaller tribes before being wiped out in a cataclysm. And the Cherokee referred to them as the moon-eyed people, pale-skinned, tall beings who could not see in daylight, and were eventually driven into mountains by the tribe's ancestors. Could these legends preserve fragments of real encounters, passed down through centuries of oral tradition? The locations described in these stories often correspond exactly with mound sites, suggesting that the native tribes inherited these lands from an earlier civilization, one whose physical remains they found but did not understand. The uniform alignment of mound complexes along the Ohio River, coupled with the advanced astronomical design of sites like Newark Earthworks, hints at a level of intelligence and organization unmatched in ancient North America. One of the most striking features of the supposed giant skeletons found in the Ohio Valley was the skull shape. Early reports frequently describe elongated skulls, similar to those seen in ancient Peru, Egypt, and even the Middle East. Some of the skulls displayed pronounced brow ridges, high cheekbones, and massive jawlines, traits not consistent with any known native population. While modern anthropologists dismiss these as normal genetic variation, early photographs and sketches tell a different story. The resemblance between these elongated skulls and those found in the Old World raises an unsettling question. Were the mound builders connected to ancient global civilizations? The artifacts found alongside these skeletons deepen the mystery. Copper tools of advanced craftsmanship, carved stone effigies, and intricately woven textiles have all been recovered from mound sites. In several cases, burials included marine shells from the Gulf of Mexico and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains, evidence of a vast trade network far beyond what historians believe possible for the period. Some objects bear symbols strikingly similar to those found in Mesopotamian and Egyptian art, leading a few researchers to speculate about ancient transoceanic contact. But perhaps the most chilling discovery came from Spencer, Indiana, in 1871, technically outside Ohio but part of the same cultural region. Excavators opened a mound containing the skeleton of a giant warrior seated on a stone throne, clutching a massive weapon. His skull was said to have a double row of teeth, a recurring feature that has become one of the strangest and most disputed elements in giant reports. Several physicians who examined similar finds confirmed the anomaly, suggesting it might represent an entirely different species of hominid, or something else entirely. Today, the Smithsonian and mainstream archaeologists maintain that the giant skeletons were either exaggerations or the result of amateur errors. Yet, the archival record tells another story. Thousands of reports, meticulously documented, describe identical details across different states and decades. The precision, repetition, and credibility of these accounts make it increasingly difficult to dismiss them as mass delusion. The question then becomes not if giants were found, but why those finds were buried, both literally and figuratively. The Ohio Valley remains a region of quiet unease, where the ground itself holds memories that refuse to die. Even now, local legends persist of strange lights near old mound sites, of vibrations in the soil, of farmers uncovering bones only to have officials swiftly intervene. The air around these ancient earthworks carries an energy, a sense that something vast, powerful, and forgotten once called this place home. If the stories are true, and the mound builders were indeed giants, or descendants of a race of ancient beings, then the Ohio Valley may have been their final stronghold, the last echo of a world erased from history. Every mound, every burial, and every fragment of bone may be a message from that lost epic, a silent warning from the past, whispering that the story of humankind is far older, far stranger, and far more forbidden than we've been led to believe. Among the countless discoveries scattered across the American landscape, few are as spine-chilling or as persistently whispered about as those that came from stone structures and giant tombs buried deep in the hills of the Tennessee and Kentucky River valleys. These regions, lying just south of the Great Mound Field of the Ohio Valley, are said to contain not only ancient earthworks but stone chambers and crypts, unlike anything built by known native tribes. Inside them, locals claim to have unearthed enormous skeletons, men and women of such stature that they defied all accepted understanding of human physiology. Over time, these accounts became so numerous and consistent that they formed a legend of their own, that of the Stone Tomb Giants, an ancient race whose remains rest beneath the rolling hills of the American heartland. The first reports appeared in the early 1800s, when settlers pushing westward began clearing fields and quarrying stone along the rivers. In nearly every county along the Cumberland, Tennessee, and Mississippi rivers, they stumbled upon mounds made not of soil, but of carefully stacked limestone slabs, small temples or crypts built with geometric precision. These chambers often contain artifacts of copper, slate, or seashells, and in many cases, skeletons of enormous size. The skulls were elongated and heavy, the femurs thick and massive. Some skeletons measured 7 to 9 feet long, laid out in stone coffins that themselves weighed several tons. In Williamson County, Tennessee, one of the earliest documented discoveries took place in 1821. A farmer clearing land unearthed a stone burial chamber that contained a single skeleton measuring over 8 feet long. The bones were described as a prodigious size, with the skull nearly twice the volume of a man's. The find was so astonishing that it was brought before local officials, who recorded it in county documents. Similar accounts emerged from Warren County and Coffee County, where burial chambers constructed of large flat stones were found under earthen mounds. Inside were not just giant skeletons, but tools, spear points, and jewelry crafted with remarkable skill. By the mid-19th century, archaeological societies and state surveyors began taking notice. Excavations in Gallatin County, Kentucky, revealed what one researcher called a race of titans. The report described skeletons averaging between 7 and 8 feet in height, buried in massive stone-lined vaults. These were not crude graves, but engineered tombs, suggesting an advanced understanding of construction and design. The bones were so large that they could not be easily dismissed as ordinary humans. In one striking case near Nashville, workers digging into a mound discovered a skull so immense that it could fit completely over the head of a living man. The early newspapers are filled with stories of these discoveries. The Louisville Courier-Journal, the Nashville Whig, and the Knoxville Gazette all published reports of ancient giants found in the Tennessee and Kentucky regions. In 1876, a remarkable account from Smith County, Tennessee, described an enormous skeleton measuring 9 feet, found in a stone sarcophagus carved from limestone. Nearby, Archaeologists uncovered the remains of another individual with abnormally large teeth, double rows along both upper and lower jaws, a recurring feature seen in similar discoveries throughout North America. The Smithsonian Institution, always eager to collect new archaeological specimens, sent representatives to many of these sites. But as with the mound skeletons in Ohio, the outcome was always the same. The bones were taken away, officially cataloged, and then never seen again. Decades later, local museums and archives tried to locate these specimens, only to find no records of their existence. Once again, evidence that could have rewritten prehistory had vanished into the void. But why were these stone tombs so unique? Unlike the earthen mounds farther north, the Tennessee and Kentucky structures seem to represent a hybrid between burial mound and megalithic architecture, reminiscent of European passage tombs like Newgrange in Ireland or the Dolmens of Brittany. Some researchers noticed striking similarities: core-belt ceilings, precise alignments with the solstices, and even carvings resembling sun symbols and serpentine patterns. Could these be the fingerprints of a shared ancient culture, one that spanned the Atlantic long before Columbus? The Cherokee and Chickasaw tribes, who later inhabited much of this region, spoke of great battles against a race of red-haired giants who lived in stone fortresses along the rivers. The Cherokee called them the Anikatani, a mysterious and powerful people who practiced dark rituals and built monuments of stone. According to legend, the Cherokee rose up against them in a great war that ended with the giants' annihilation. In the aftermath, the victors buried their enemies in the very chambers they had constructed, sealing them with heavy stones to ensure they never rose again. Modern historians interpret these stories symbolically, yet the archaeological record aligns eerily well. Excavations along the Duck River uncovered stone mounds containing large skeletons, copper ornaments, and mica mirrors. The tools found there were far more advanced than those attributed to the tribes of the region. In Sumner County, another site revealed skeletons nearly 8 feet tall, buried with intricate jewelry and ceremonial axes, object that would require immense strength to use or even craft. Skeptics have long argued that these reports were the result of exaggeration or mismeasurement, but early scientific journals, not tabloids, carried detailed observations. The American Antiquarian, 1881, published descriptions of giant skeletons from Tennessee, complete with precise measurements. These were not wild claims by superstitious farmers, but formal records by trained observers. The consistency of these reports across multiple counties and decades suggests a broader, interconnected phenomenon rather than random coincidence. Some theorists have proposed that these Tennessee-Kentucky giants were descendants of an even older people, survivors of an advanced civilization destroyed by cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. Their knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and engineering might have been fragments of that lost world. Others connect them directly to the biblical Nephilim or to the legendary Atlanteans, claiming that their presence in North America is evidence of prehistoric transoceanic migration. The reddish hair described in several accounts mirrors the traits of giants reported in Lovelock Cave, Nevada, and in ancient Peruvian tombs, suggesting a shared ancestry that once spanned continents. But what makes the stone tomb discoveries particularly haunting is the sense of deliberate concealment. Many of the mounds appear to have been built in layers. First a stone chamber, then an outer shell of earth, as if to hide the true nature of the burial. In some cases, the entrances were sealed with massive slabs, and the bodies were laid in ritual postures, facing east toward the rising sun. This detail recurs across multiple sites, implying a shared spiritual belief, perhaps a reverence of the sun, or a longing to return to a celestial homeland. Local lore tells of strange lights hovering over these sites, of farmers finding tools that crumble to dust when exposed to air, and of officials arriving unannounced after each new discovery. The people who dared open the stone tombs sometimes reported misfortune afterward, illness, hallucinations, or inexplicable bad luck. To this day, many of these mounds remain untouched, their entrances sealed by stone and time. They hid the countryside like silent sentinels of a forgotten race. If the reports are accurate, the stone tomb giants of Tennessee and Kentucky represent one of the strongest links between North American legends and the megalithic mysteries of the Old World. They suggest not only the existence of an ancient race of great stature, but also the possibility that they once ruled over vast territories, building monuments that defy explanation. Whether they were god kings, hybrids, or survivors of a lost civilization, one thing is certain. Someone built those chambers, someone was buried in them, and their story has been deliberately buried ever since. Today, as highways cut through the valleys and towns expand across ancient ground, many of these sites are being lost forever. But beneath the concrete and farmland, the stone crypts remain, their secrets sealed, their builders forgotten, their truth waiting to be unearthed by those who still dare to ask the forbidden question: who were the giants that built America before America existed? The story of the giants of the American Southwest is unlike anything found in the Midwest or the mound builder territories. In the deserts of Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Utah, ancient legends speak of towering beings who ruled before the tribes we know today, a civilization so old that even the earliest native peoples regarded them as myth. Yet scattered among the canyons and plateaus, archaeologists, miners, and explorers have reported skeletal remains, cave drawings, and artifacts that suggest something extraordinary once walked this land. A race of giant humanoids whose existence defies all conventional history. These stories are woven deeply into the oral traditions of the Hopi, Zuni, and Navajo peoples. Long before European contact, these tribes spoke of the Ine, or alien monsters, beings of immense size and strength who once lived among them. Some stories describe them as red-haired giants who consumed human flesh and had to be destroyed by the gods. The Hopi refer to a race of cloud people, enormous figures who descended from the sky and taught humans agriculture, astronomy, and architecture. The Navajo tell of battles fought in ancient times, when their ancestors allied with divine warriors to drive out a race of giants who had enslaved humanity. Such tales might have remained myth were it not for the astonishing physical discoveries made throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries. One of the most famous came from Lovelock Cave, Nevada, technically part of the Great Basin, but spiritually tied to the Southwest. In 1911, guano miners excavating the cave uncovered mummified remains of unusually large humans, some estimated at over 8 feet tall. The skulls were massive, with prominent jaws and a reddish tint to the hair. The Paiute tribe, native to the region, had long told stories of the Sitisich, a race of red-haired cannibal giants who once warred with their ancestors before being trapped and burned alive in a cave. The Lovelock find seemed to match that legend perfectly. Archaeologists initially dismissed the idea of giants, attributing the remains to normal-sized humans mismeasured due to shrinkage during mummification. But early photographs and written records tell another story. The miners who handled the skeletons before authorities intervened swore that some of the femurs were nearly twice the length of a man's, and skulls so heavy they could barely be lifted with one hand. Several specimens were reportedly sent to the University of California and the Smithsonian, only to vanish, just as they had in the Ohio and Tennessee finds. Further south, near White Sands, New Mexico, enormous fossilized footprints were discovered in what was once a vast ancient lake bed. Some of these prints, perfectly human in shape, measured over 22 inches long, suggesting beings more than 10 feet tall. Initially dismissed as erosion or hoaxes, later studies confirmed they were genuine footprints, but dating them produced even greater confusion. Some scientists estimated they were over 20,000 years old, predating the arrival of any known humans in North America. These were not the footprints of Neanderthals or animals. They were human and enormous. In Arizona's Canyon de Chelly, ancient rock carvings and pictographs depict figures of impossible stature. Some are shown towering over normal humans, holding weapons or tools of strange design. The Hopi claim these represent the Kachinas, divine beings or sky visitors who lived among humans in the First World, teaching them before being driven underground by a global catastrophe. Interestingly, many of these carvings are found near cave systems that stretch for miles beneath the surface, fueling speculation that the underground world described in tribal myth may have been literal. One of the most tantalizing accounts of giants in the Southwest came from Mount Shasta, California, in the 1880s. Though not geographically part of the desert region, it forms a mythic connection to the same lineage of stories. Early settlers and gold prospectors reported encountering enormous skeletal remains and even mummified bodies sealed in crystal-like coffins deep within caves. The local Wintu and Modoc tribes told of the giant of the mountain, tall, light-skinned beings with long reddish hair who lived inside Shasta before disappearing underground after a great fire from the sky. possibly a volcanic eruption. In Catalina Island, just off the coast of California, a series of extraordinary discoveries in the early 20th century added new fuel to the fire. Archaeologist Ralph Glidden excavated dozens of burial sites containing skeletal remains, many of which he described as belonging to individuals between 7 and 9 feet tall. Glidden also reported finding large stone tools, oversized jewelry, and strange relics that appear to have Egyptian or Phoenician influence. Although Glidden's work was controversial, some of his measurements were questioned, and many artifacts disappeared after his death. The photographs that survived show skeletons far larger than average humans. The repeating pattern across these discoveries is uncanny. Giant skeletons are found. Official institutions become involved. The evidence vanishes. What remains are fragments, newspaper clippings, eyewitness accounts, and tribal legends that all tell the same story. The Southwest, it seems, was once inhabited by a race of powerful beings who either ruled or ravaged the early human populations, leaving behind traces that both science and myth struggle to explain. The physical traits described in these discoveries are consistent. Elongated skulls, double rows of teeth, massive jawbones, and unusual cranial capacities. Some skulls from the Lovelock Cave in Catalina Island finds were said to have brain cavities up to 30% larger than those of modern humans. That's not a minor variation. It suggests an entirely different physiology, perhaps even a distinct species. The red hair, frequently mentioned, has been particularly puzzling. Scientists note that red hair results from a recessive gene that must be present in both parents. Uncommon among Native American populations, but prevalent in ancient European and Near Eastern ones. Could this indicate a transoceanic connection, linking the giant of the American Southwest with the mysterious red-haired mummies of Peru or the tall gods of Sumerian myth? Ancient astronaut theorists have long pointed to the similarities between these beings and the sky gods described in global mythology. The Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the Nephilim of the Bible, the Titans of Greece, all are said to be towering, semi-divine beings who descended to Earth and mingled with humanity. If the Southwest giants were indeed descendants of such beings, it might explain the advanced knowledge embedded in tribal cosmology, star maps, cyclical calendars, and references to other worlds. The Hopi, for instance, have long maintained that they came from a previous world destroyed by fire, guided underground by the Kachinas until it was safe to return to the surface. Could this underground refuge be linked to the caves where giant skeletons have been found? Modern archaeologists, of course, dismiss these claims as pseudoscience. Yet they cannot explain why so many of the most spectacular finds disappeared, or why government agencies have repeatedly sealed cave sites where these remains were rumored to exist. Even Lovelock Cave was officially closed to the public after renewed interest in the 1980s, its deeper chambers deemed unsafe. Independent researchers who tried to access them reported being threatened or turned away. Still, fragments of truth remain. Old photographs of enormous skulls of the Nevada Historical Society, records of Glidden's Catalina excavations, and detailed measurements published in early 20th century journals continue to surface, like ghosts of forgotten epoch. When pieced together, they paint a disturbing picture, a prehistoric America populated by beings of gigantic stature, who may have shaped the earliest human cultures before disappearing in a cataclysm or a purge. What makes the Southwest legend so compelling is how seamlessly they merge myth with archaeology. The Hopi Cloud people, the Paiute, and the biblical Nephilim all echo the same archetype: giants who came from above, ruled for an age, and were destroyed for their arrogance. Whether these stories are allegories or echoes of a real history, they point toward a forgotten chapter in human civilization. Perhaps the most haunting thought is this: if even a fraction of these stories are true, then beneath the sand of Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada lie the bones of beings who once ruled the earth, their cities buried, their memory erased, their existence denied. Yet every so often, when a storm uncovers a cave entrance or erosion exposes a fossilized footprint, the truth stirs again, a whisper from the ancient world, reminding us that the desert still remembers the footsteps of giants. High in the rugged wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains, where mist drapes over the ridges and valleys like a veil hiding secrets, lies another forgotten chapter in the mystery of the giants. Stretching from Georgia to the Carolinas, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, this mountain range holds some of the oldest rock formations in North America, and, according to local legends, some of the oldest burial grounds of giants ever discovered. Long before the first European settlers carved roads through these hills, native tribes told of immense beings who roamed the forests, shaped the stones, and built fortresses in the very bones of the mountains themselves. These were not gods, but not entirely human either. The ancient Appalachian giants, remnants of a world erased from official history. When settlers first began moving into the region during the 18th and early 19th centuries, they found mysterious stone walls, terraces, and fort-like enclosures along mountain ridges. Many of these structures were attributed to native peoples, yet local tribes denied having built them. The Cherokee, Creek, and Shawnee all shared a similar refrain. The walls and mounds were not their work, but rather the work of an earlier, more powerful race. The Cherokee in particular told stories of the Nunahai, a race of tall, supernatural beings who lived within the mountains and appeared only when they wished. They could move between worlds, vanishing into the rocks as if the stone itself were alive. Some said the Nunahai were the last descendants of the giants who had ruled before the Great Flood that reshaped the earth. In the early 1800s, explorers and farmers began to uncover physical evidence that seemed to validate these ancient tales. In Virginia's Kanawha Valley, burial mounds yielded skeletons measuring over 7 feet tall, with skulls much larger and thicker than those of modern humans. The Charleston Gazette and American Antiquarian both reported on these discoveries in the mid-19th century. In one account, a group of workers excavating a mound near Clarksburg, West Virginia, found a giant skeleton seated upright, surrounded by stone and copper artifacts. The bones were so large that the men initially believed they had found the remains of some kind of monstrous animal. As more excavations occurred, particularly in North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, reports of giant skeletons became almost commonplace. In 1841, near Asheville, a burial chamber was discovered containing several skeletons ranging from 7 to 9 feet in height. Their skulls had prominent ridges, and one still bore the remnants of reddish hair. Archaeologists at the time suggested the remains were ancient, belonging to a people predating the known tribes by thousands of years. The bones were later sent to a private collection, and predictably disappeared from record. Further north, near Serpent Mound in southern Ohio and extending into the Appalachian foothills, other discoveries reinforced the pattern. Massive bones, copper ornaments, and stone tools of great weight were found buried together, often accompanied by unusual carvings. Some stones bore symbols resembling those seen in ancient European megaliths, spirals, circles, and serpent motifs. These carvings led some early researchers to suggest a transatlantic connection, perhaps even linking the Appalachian monuments to the dolmens and standing stones of the British Isles. Could it be that the same race of giants who built Stonehenge or Newgrange once crossed the ocean and settled in the New World's oldest mountains? One of the most detailed and controversial finds came from Chestnut Ridge, Pennsylvania, in the 1870s. Local miners excavating a cave system stumbled upon a hidden chamber deep within the limestone. Inside were the remains of several enormous skeletons, one reportedly measuring more than 10 feet in length. The bones were arranged in a deliberate pattern, with the largest skeleton laid in the center and smaller ones surrounding it, as if in homage. Alongside them were large stone axes, obsidian blades, and carved amulets. Witnesses described the bones as being well-preserved and extraordinarily dense, unlike anything they had ever seen. The miners brought local officials to view the discovery, but once word spread to higher authorities, the site was sealed off. Within weeks, all evidence had been removed. The local folklore of the Appalachians has long reflected these buried truths. In western North Carolina, stories persist of the stone men of the hills, towering figures who turned to rock when struck by lightning, a poetic way of explaining the stone effigies and strange rock formations found throughout the region. In Virginia, elders speak of the Old Ones, giant ancestors who built the mountains as temples to the sky gods. And in West Virginia, there are still whispered accounts of shadowy, human-like figures seen moving along ridgelines at dusk. Too tall to be men, as the stories go, their silhouettes framed against the setting sun. Interestingly, the Appalachian Trail, which spans over 2,000 miles through these mountains, passes near dozens of mound and cave sites associated with these giant legends. Amateur archaeologists and hikers have reported finding megalithic stones arranged in circles or lines deep in the forest, some weighing several tons and showing signs of deliberate shaping. A few of these formations align precisely with celestial events like the solstices and equinoxes, suggesting that their builders possessed astronomical knowledge far beyond what is credited to any ancient North American culture. There is also an enduring mystery surrounding the ancient petroglyphs found throughout the Appalachian corridor, carvings that depict enormous human figures, sometimes alongside serpents or winged beings. Some of these carvings are etched high on cliff faces, far above ground level, as if designed to be seen from the air. Who carved them and why? Scholars attribute them to early native tribes, but even indigenous elders have often denied ownership, insisting they were made by those who came before. The Cherokee legend of the Moon-Eyed People adds another layer to this enigma. According to their oral history, the Moon-Eyed were pale-skinned, tall beings with large, sensitive eyes who could not stand sunlight. They lived in stone fortresses and were eventually driven out by the Cherokee after a fierce battle that took place under a full moon. Archaeologists have identified several stone forts in the Appalachian region, including Old Stone Fort in Tennessee and Fort Mountain in Georgia, that match the descriptions in the legend. Their builders remain unknown. These enigmatic sites, built atop high ridges with panoramic views, could have been both fortresses and observatories, remnants of civilization that combined brute strength with advanced scientific understanding. Even the mining records from the 1800s tell a story. Miners digging through mountain caverns often reported finding massive human bones embedded in limestone. Some spoke of chambers filled with bones stacked neatly, as if part of mass burial. A few even claimed to find italic tablets or artifacts with strange inscriptions, though none have survived long enough for modern analysis. The consistency of these accounts, combined with the ancient legends, paint a picture of a region that once supported a thriving, powerful race, and perhaps served as one of their final refuges as their world crumbled. Modern researchers who have revisited the Appalachian giant stories note a peculiar detail. Many of the sites where discoveries were made are now restricted lands, national parks, military reservations, or private properties sealed off from excavation. Fort Mountain, for example, has been declared an archaeological preserve, and digging is strictly prohibited. Similar restrictions exist at several caves and mound sites across the Blue Ridge. It's as if an unseen hand has carefully drawn a curtain over the evidence, ensuring that whatever truths lie buried in the Appalachian soil remain hidden from the world. But some say the mountains still whisper. Hikers tell of feeling watched near old mound sites, of hearing deep, resonant footsteps echoing in empty valleys at night. Strange lights, unexplained vibrations, and sudden equipment failures are common near ancient fort ruins. Whether supernatural or geological, these phenomena have only deepened the region's aura of mystery. The Appalachian giants may never receive recognition in academic textbooks, yet their legacy endures, carved into the rocks, etched in folklore, and buried in the mounds at the Misty Hills. If even a fraction of the stories are true, then these mountains are not just the oldest on Earth. They're the oldest tombs, guardians of a race that once towered over mankind and watched as history itself forgot their name. The Appalachians, ancient and eternal, keep their secrets well. Beneath their forested slopes, the bones of giants sleep, and perhaps they are not entirely at rest. In the far northern reaches of the American frontier, where icy winds sweep across the Great Lakes and snow blankets the forest for months on end, another series of discoveries emerged in the 19th and early 20th centuries that would shake even the most hardened skeptic. From Minnesota to Wisconsin, Michigan, and even the fringes of Canada, explorers, miners, and farmers stumbled upon an astonishing pattern. Massive human skeletons, ancient weapons of impossible size, and copper mines that appear to have been worked thousands of years before the first known native tribes settled the region. These discoveries gave birth to one of the strangest and most suppressed chapters in American archaeology, the tale of the Great Lakes giants. The Great Lakes region is often considered the cradle of North American industry, but long before modern civilization rose here, it was home to something far older, a people whose existence seems almost impossible by current historical standards. Ancient copper mines on the shores of Lake Superior bear the marks of advanced metallurgy dating back over 5,000 years. The tools found within these mines, stone hammers, wedges, and smelting pits, indicate large-scale operations that extracted billions of pounds of copper. Yet no known civilization in the region, or even on the continent, possess the technology or population to have carried out such massive mining efforts. So, who did? Local legend, and a growing body of forgotten archaeology, suggest the answer may lie with the giants. As early as the 1800s, newspapers and state geological reports from Michigan's Upper Peninsula described skeletal remains of humans measuring over 7 feet tall found near old copper mining sites. Some of the skeletons were discovered in what appeared to be ancient burial pits lined with stone, similar to those seen in Tennessee and Kentucky. Their skulls were elongated and unusually thick. Several were found with copper bracelets and tools too large and heavy for a normal-sized human to use effectively. One particularly detailed report from Ontonagon County, Michigan, dated 1872, described the discovery of a skeleton measuring over 9 feet tall, found buried alongside an enormous copper axe. The axe itself weighed nearly 40 pounds, far beyond the capacity of an average human warrior. Witnesses noted that the skeleton's teeth were perfect and double in number, a detail echoed in countless other accounts of giant remains across the country. The local sheriff contacted the Smithsonian Institution for examination, but as with so many other cases, the remains were collected and never returned. In Wisconsin, particularly around Lake Delavan, an equally astounding discovery was made in 1912 by the Peterson brothers, who were excavating a burial mound for a land development project. Inside, they uncovered 18 skeletons, most of them measuring between 7 and 9 feet tall. But what truly shocked researchers were the skulls, described as elongated with double rows of teeth and strangely shaped nasal cavities. The New York Times ran a full-page article on the discovery titled "Strange Skeletons Found in Wisconsin Mound," citing University of Wisconsin scientists who admitted that the remains were of a type unknown to science. The story caused an uproar until, mysteriously, both the skeletons and the detailed university reports disappeared from the record. Archaeological surveys conducted around Lake Superior, Keweenaw Peninsula, and Isle Royale revealed additional anomalies. Thousands of mining pits, stone furnaces, and smelting sites at radiocarbon dating place between 300 and 1000 BC. The sheer scale of the mining suggested a workforce numbering in the tens of thousands. Yet, when native elders were asked about these mines, they claimed no knowledge of their builders, only that the mines were old beyond memory. Some Ojibwe stories, however, mention the Missapeshu, a supernatural copper spirit, often depicted as a massive humanoid being associated with the lakes and the underworld. Could this be a symbolic echo of the ancient miners, giants who drew copper from the earth long before human history began? Even more puzzling is the transoceanic link suggested by the copper trade itself. Chemical analyses of ancient Mediterranean artifacts, including Egyptian and Minoan bronzes, show trace isotopes that match the copper found in Lake Superior. This revelation, first proposed by historian Barry Fell and others, implies that copper from North America may have reached the Old World as early as 2000 BCE. If true, it would mean an ancient maritime network once connected the Great Lakes to distant civilizations across the Atlantic. Could the Great Lakes giants have been the miners and traders who supplied that copper, bridging worlds that modern history insists were never in contact? A recurring theme across these discoveries is size and strength, both physical and architectural. In Minnesota's Red Lake County, explorers uncovered massive stone slabs weighing several tons, positioned as if to form crude walls or burial covers. In Michigan's Houghton County, miners unearthed an enormous human femur, nearly 50% longer than that of an average man. And in Duluth, near Spirit Mountain, a stone circle discovered in the 1890s was said to contain artifacts of immense proportions, including a hammer so large it could only be wielded by someone 8 feet tall or more. As with other regions, Native American oral history lends weight to these findings. The Ojibwe, Menominee, and Potawatomi tribes all recount stories of the Old Ones, giant beings who came from the north, mined the earth for its sacred metals, and eventually disappeared after a great celestial catastrophe. Some stories even describe them as children of the thunderbirds, beings who could call down lightning, and were said to have skin that shimmered like metal. According to the Menominee, the giants were punished by the Great Spirit for their greed and driven beneath the lakes, their spirits forever bound to the copper they mined. Modern archaeologists, of course, dismiss these stories as allegory, but the pattern of evidence is difficult to ignore. Giant skeletons near copper mines, advanced metallurgy thousands of years out of place, and legends that describe beings too similar to the physical finds to be coincidence. Even more telling is how each time a discovery gained public attention, federal institutions stepped in, only for the remains and artifacts to vanish into obscurity. The mystery deepens when one examines the geological anomalies of the Great Lakes region. Beneath Lake Superior lies a vast network of caverns and tunnels, some natural, others eerily geometric, as if carved by intelligent hands. Divers who explored sections of these underwater tunnels in the mid-20th century reported smooth walls, right angles, and what appear to be ancient tool marks. Some of these tunnels extend for miles beneath the lake, leading to speculation that they could have been part of a mining system or even the remnants of an ancient city now submerged by rising waters after the last ice age. And then there are the stone tablets and carvings occasionally found near these sites, marked with symbols that resemble both Old World runes and Proto-Canaanite scripts. Some scholars have suggested these may represent contact between Old World sailors and the ancient miners of North America. If true, this would lend shocking credibility to the theory that the Great Lakes giants were not isolated but part of a broader prehistoric network, perhaps linked to the mound builders of the Ohio Valley and the stone tomb builders of the South. A few daring researchers even suggest that the Great Lakes copper miners might have been part of a global race of tall, technologically advanced beings, the same entities remembered in myths as the Nephilim, the Titans, or the Anakim. They point to the precision of the mining, the sheer volume of extracted copper, and the absence of slag or waste materials as evidence that these miners possessed knowledge lost to later civilizations. Some legends even claim the giants vanished into the lakes themselves, taking their technology with them, or perhaps being consumed by the waters as divine retribution. To this day, the Great Lakes region remains a hotbed of unsolved archaeological mysteries. Caves sealed by the government, records quietly removed from museums, and artifacts misplaced in storage all point to a coordinated effort to suppress the true story. Yet, the land still remembers. Locals speak of strange electromagnetic phenomena near old mining pits, of compasses spinning wildly, and of ghostly lights dancing on the water at night. If even part of this legend is true, then the story of North America must be rewritten entirely. The Great Lakes were not just a cradle of post-Columbian industry. They were once the heart of a prehistoric civilization of giants who shaped the land, mined its treasures, and perhaps even influenced the dawn of metallurgy across the world. Their bones now lie beneath the forests and lakes, silent witnesses to a chapter of human history that official science refuses to read. But the copper still gleams in the water, whispering across millennia, a metallic memory of the hands, massive and ancient, that once carved the soul of a continent. Far to the west, beyond the rolling plains and deep river valleys of the Midwest, lies one of North America's most mysterious landscapes, the vast deserts and canyons of the American Southwest. It is a land that seems timeless, carved by wind and water into cathedrals of stone, where silence itself feels ancient. But beneath its sand and red rock, there are stories buried that could rewrite the very prehistory of this continent. This is where the legends of the red-haired giants of the Southwest begin, a tale whispered by tribal elders, chronicled in forgotten diaries, and hinted at by artifacts that should not exist. For centuries, the Paiute people of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona have told stories of a terrifying race of beings known as the Cetacich, a name that translates roughly to Tule Eaters. According to legend, the Cetacich were a tribe of red-haired, pale-skinned giants who stood between 8 and 12 feet tall. They were said to be fierce, cannibalistic, and warlike, a dominant race that once ruled the land before the ancestors of the Paiute drove them into extinction. The giants, the stories say, lived in caves, wore woven garments, and made boats of reeds that floated across ancient lakes long vanished into desert sands. The Paiute tale of the Cetacich is not just a myth told by the fireside. It's part of an oral tradition that is meticulously preserved, passed down generation after generation. According to tribal accounts, the giants terrorized neighboring tribes for centuries, raiding villages and taking humans as food. A great alliance of tribes finally united against them, trapping the last of the Cetacich inside a massive cave near what is now Lovelock, Nevada. The warriors piled brush and reeds at the entrance and set ablaze. The giants refused to surrender, and as the flames consumed them, the screams echoed across the desert. When the fire died, the cave was sealed with stones, and for thousands of years it remained untouched. That is, until the early 20th century. In 1911, two guano miners named David Hart and James Pugh began excavating a cave north of Lovelock for bat droppings, which were used as fertilizer. But as they dug deeper into the dark recesses of the cavern, they stumbled upon something that stopped them cold, a layer of human remains, mummified in the dry desert air. As they removed more debris, they unearthed not just a few bones, but hundreds of skeletal fragments, tools, woven mats, and baskets unlike anything known from local tribes. And then came the shocker. Some of the skulls measured nearly double the size of normal human skulls. Several of the skeletons, when measured in full, were over 8 feet tall. When archaeologists from the University of California were brought in to examine the site, they confirmed that the remains were human, but anomalously large. Radiocarbon testing placed the artifact between 2,000 and 4,000 years old, far older than any local settlement. The findings were published in official reports in the 1920s, and photographs were taken. But as the story began to attract attention, the narrative shifted. Later museum descriptions referred to the skeletons as tall individuals or unusually robust specimens. The giant label quietly disappeared. The Lovelock Cave also yielded hundreds of strange artifacts. Giant sandals measuring over 15 inches long, woven duck decoys, and tools made from materials not native to the area. Even more puzzling was the discovery of red-haired mummies, preserved bodies with long, auburn hair still clinging to their skulls. The hair color was verified by multiple witnesses, including museum staff and early researchers like L.L. Loud and Mark Harrington. Yet, when the remains were transferred to institutions for study, the hair was later described as dark brown, explained away as a result of environmental staining. The red hair, like the skeleton's extraordinary size, was quietly rewritten out of the record. What made this discovery impossible to dismiss was that it directly matched the Paiute oral history. Here, in a cave described by the tribe for centuries, were the burned and buried remains of the Ctsh. Even the carbonized brush at the mouth of the cave matched the legend of the fire that ended their reign. Tribal elders at the time publicly declared that archaeology had finally validated their ancestors' stories. But soon after, their testimony was dismissed as folklore, and the physical remains, including several large skulls, were locked away in the Nevada State Museum, later transferred to the Smithsonian, and never displayed again. The Lovelock discovery sparked a wave of investigations across the region. Similar finds were soon reported in Death Valley, Catalina Island, and Moab, Utah, all describing enormous skeletons with reddish hair or oversized skulls. In 1931, the Nevada Review Minor published an article describing two giant skeletons found in Humboldt Lake bed, one measuring 5 feet, the other over 10 feet tall. Again, these were recovered by credible sources, professional archaeologists and local authorities, yet their remains were swiftly removed by government representatives. The story made local headlines, then disappeared without a trace. What's most fascinating is how the Lovelock giants connect to global mythologies. Across Europe and Asia, red-haired giants are a recurring motif, from the Tuatha Dé Danann of Irish myth to the Anakim of the Middle East. Even in South America, ancient murals depict unusually tall, red-haired figures arriving by sea. Could these legends all be fragments of shared memory, of a race of red-haired, giant seafarers who once roamed the ancient world? Some researchers suggest these beings could have been descendants of a prehistoric civilization wiped out by catastrophe, whose remnants survived and scattered across continents, leaving traces in myth and bone alike. Skeptics argue that the Lovelock skeletons were simply tall individuals or misidentified megafauna bones. But eyewitness accounts, museum documents, and tribal records tell a different story. In 1934, Nevada archaeologist L. Harrington explicitly described giant human remains and noted that at least one skeleton measured above 8 feet. His report was later edited, with that line removed from subsequent publications. Decades later, independent researchers attempting to view the Lovelock remains were told that the bones had been lost or reburied due to NAGPRA, Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act, regulations, a convenient explanation that closed the case forever. Still, not everything could be hidden. The artifacts remain, woven materials of advanced design, giant-sized sandals, and baskets constructed with techniques not used by any known culture of the region. Local residents continue to find fragments and unusual bones in nearby caves, only to have them confiscated by authorities once reported. Even the cave itself has become a point of controversy, fenced off and closely monitored under the guise of preservation. What truly unsettles investigators is how neatly the Lovelock case fits into a broader pattern. The same kind of suppression seen with the mound builders, the Great Lakes copper miners, and countless other anomalous discoveries. In each case, the story begins with wonder, fascination, and documentation, and ends with erasure. The giant are always found, described, measured, and then made to vanish, both physically and historically. For the Paiute, however, the truth never vanished. Their oral history remains intact, unbending and unwavering. They know who the CTCH were. To them, the giants were not myths but flesh and blood enemies, monstrous beings who once ruled the land, then fell to divine justice. And for those who looked into the deep shadows of Lovelock Cave, the air still feels heavy, as if it remembers the smoke and screams of that ancient battle. The desert keeps its secrets well, but the echoes of the red-haired giants have not faded. Their story, unearthed in a cave of bones and ashes, stands as one of the most chilling pieces of forbidden archaeology in the Americas, one that challenges every official narrative of prehistory and every boundary between myth and fact. Beneath the hot Nevada sun, a seal cave mouse still watches silently over the dry lake bed, hiding the ashes of giants they cannot explain. High in the rugged mountain ranges of the American West, where snow-capped peaks guard ancient valleys and time seems to hang in the thin, cold air, lies another forgotten chapter in the saga of the giants. Long before the gold rush, before settlers carved roads through the Rockies, the native peoples of this land told stories of enormous beings who lived among the cliffs and hunted in the forests. Their tales were not myths of imagination but warnings, reminders of a time when the earth was shared with another kind of man. These were the Rocky Mountain Giants, the towering remnants of a prehistoric race said to have ruled the highlands long before the dawn of modern tribes. The legend of the mountain giants stretches across multiple tribal nations, from the Shoshone and Ute to the Blackfoot and Crow. Each tells a strikingly similar story. Great, hairy beings of human shape but monstrous stature, often exceeding 10 or 12 feet tall, who lived in caves and stone shelters high above the valleys. They were described as cannibalistic, with booming voices that could be heard echoing down the canyons at night. According to Blackfoot, these beings were known as the Napai's kin, the first people, created before the current race of humans. They were said to have immense strength but little wisdom, and when they turned violent against the Creator's newer children, they were destroyed by fire from the sky and flood from the mountains. These tales might have remained folklore, were it not for the shocking discoveries made by explorers and miners during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Reports surfaced from Montana, Colorado, and Utah, describing the unearthing of giant human bones deep within caves and burial sites. One of the earliest accounts appeared in 1891 in the Helena Independent, describing the discovery of a prehistoric giant near Twin Bridges, Montana. The skeleton, reportedly over 9 feet tall, was found sitting upright in a limestone cave, surrounded by primitive stone tools and fragments of woven fabric. The skull was said to be massive, with a pronounced brow ridge and unusually large teeth, details that were verified by multiple witnesses, including local officials. Yet, when the remains were turned over to a university researcher, they vanished into institutional storage, never to be seen again. In Colorado's San Luis Valley, another discovery occurred in 1908 during construction of a railroad line. Workers uncovered a burial chamber containing multiple skeletons, one measuring over 10 feet in height. The remains were described in local newspapers as giants of a lost race, and one report even mentioned copper ornaments and petrified with weapons buried alongside them. A Denver-based historian who investigated the find was told the bones had been collected for scientific analysis, but no museum ever claimed them. Farther south, in the remote Uinta Basin of Utah, a land already famous for its petroglyphs and strange phenomena, ranchers and amateur archaeologists unearthed what they believed to be the remains of giant humans near old cliff dwellings. In one case, A skull measuring nearly twice the normal human circumference was found near Dry Fork Canyon, alongside arrowheads far too large to have been used by any known native group. The petroglyphs in the area depict enormous humanoid figures with elongated limbs, standing among much smaller human shapes. Mainstream archaeologists classify these as spirit representations, yet locals believe they are literal depictions, ancient records of real beings who once ruled the canyons. The mystery of the Rocky Mountain giants deepens with the discovery of unusual cave systems that seem to defy explanation. Near Crested Butte, Colorado, spelunkers in the 1930s explored a sealed cavern that contained crude stone carvings and massive skeletal fragments partially embedded in calcified rock. The chamber ceiling bore soot stains, as if it had once been lit by torches. Some of the skeletal remains were fused into the stone floor, suggesting they were entombed long before recorded history. A mining engineer who examined the site wrote in his notes that these bones are of a race of men whose size and strength surpass any known human type. His report was later confiscated by federal officials under the pretext of land safety review. Modern geology provides a haunting backdrop to these tales. The Rocky Mountains are filled with fossilized remains of Ice Age megafauna, mammoths, mastodon, and giant ground sloths, creatures that coexisted with early humans. Could it be that among those ancient beasts roamed another giant, a human species now erased from the fossil record? Some researchers propose that these skeletons may represent an unknown branch of Homo, perhaps a surviving strain of Homo heidelbergensis or another robust subspecies. But this explanation raises even more questions. Why are these remains consistently missing from museum collections? And why are all physical traces of them hidden from the public eye? The Ute tribe offers another perspective. Their legends speak of the Nunyupi, or cave dwellers, who lived in the high mountains before the Great Flood. The Nunyupi were described as tall and strong, but cursed with insatiable hunger. They would come down from their caves at night to steal food, and sometimes people. The gods punished them by turning them to stone, and the tribe points to massive, human-like rock formations across the mountain ridges as proof of the story. Geologists dismiss these as natural erosions, but the resemblance of some formations to crouched human shapes is uncanny. Eyewitness accounts continued well into the 20th century. Prospectors in the San Juan Mountains of Colorado claimed to have found enormous footprints fossilized in sandstone. One miner in 1936 described discovering a humanoid footprint nearly 18 inches long near Silverton, a detail that local newspapers confirmed, but no scientific follow-up was conducted. Similarly, hikers in Montana's Beartooth Mountains have reported finding large handprints pressed into cave walls, alongside primitive pictographs depicting human figures towering over elk and bison. What makes the Rocky Mountain accounts especially intriguing is a connection between the giants and ancient mining activity. Much like the Great Lakes copper mines, the Rockies contain mysterious ancient quarries where no known prehistoric culture is believed to have worked. Near Telluride, miners in the late 1800s unearthed a series of deep shafts that predated any documented mining efforts. Some of the tunnels were so narrow at the entrance, yet opened into chambers large enough for a 12-foot tall being to stand upright. The pick marks on the walls suggested tools made of stone, but wielded with tremendous force. These same tunnels yielded a few strange relics, enormous stone hammers and chisels that would be unwieldy for modern humans, even those of great strength. In 1922, a Colorado newspaper published an article about a rancher who discovered an entire skeleton protruding from a cliffside near Pagosa Springs. The skull, according to his measurements, was as large as a horse's head. When authorities arrived to investigate, the rancher was ordered to stop excavating and surrender the bones to a scientific authority. Within weeks, he was told that the skeleton was determined to be of a prehistoric animal, though he insisted the structure was unmistakably human. The pattern is clear: discovery, fascination, removal, and disappearance. Each new find is met with the same response: silence from the academic world, and gradual erasure from the public record. But the stories refuse to fade. Locals across Montana, Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado still speak in hushed tones of the big ones, ancient spirits who dwell in the mountains and sometimes reveal themselves in dreams or strange lights on the ridges. Some fringe researchers have gone further, suggesting that the Rocky Mountain giants were survivors of a cataclysmic event, perhaps connected to great flood myth found in nearly every culture. They argue that these beings retreated into caves during a period of global upheaval, possibly emerging centuries later to encounter the first native tribes. The geological record indeed shows evidence of sudden flooding and massive landslides in the region thousands of years ago, events that could have buried entire populations alive beneath the mountains. What remains undeniable is a convergence of testimony, from tribal oral history to miners' journals to geological anomalies. Together, they paint a picture of an ancient, powerful race that once called the Rockies home, only to be erased both by nature and by modern institutions that refuse to acknowledge their existence. The bones of the mountain giants may lie hidden beneath tons of stone, but their memory endures in the wind that howls through the canyons, in the shadows that dance on the cliff walls at dusk, and in the stories whispered by those who still listen. The mountains, after all, have long memories, and somewhere within them, the truth sleeps, waiting for the courage of those willing to dig once more. Deep in the heart of the American desert, where endless dunes shimmer under the sun and ancient canyons hide secrets older than civilization itself, another set of stories begins to take shape. Here, among the bleached bones of the Mojave and the strange silence of Death Valley, whispers of an underground world persist. A hidden city, buried beneath the sand, said to be the home, or perhaps the tomb, of giant beings who vanished long before recorded history. These are the legends of the Death Valley Giants, a tale that straddles the line between archaeology and impossible, where myth bleeds seamlessly into fact. The story first surfaced publicly in the 1930s, during a period of intense exploration and mining across the American West. The Death Valley region of California and Nevada was a place of extremes, scorching temperatures by day, freezing wind by night, an almost alien landscape riddled with caves and tunnels. It was in this desolate world that a man named Dr. F. Bruce Russell, a retired Cincinnati physician turned amateur archaeologist, claimed to have discovered something that defied belief. According to Russell's own account, he and his associate, Dr. Daniel S. Bovey, stumbled upon a series of catacombs while exploring an isolated canyon near Death Valley in 1931. The entrance had been exposed by an earthquake that shifted part of the mountain, revealing a man-made tunnel descending into the earth. When the men followed the passage, they found themselves in a labyrinth of rooms and corridors carved directly into solid rock, a feat that would have required advanced engineering and immense labor. But what they found inside would change everything. The chambers, according to Russell, contained the mummified remains of giants, men and women who, in life, was still between 8 and 9 feet tall. The mummies were remarkably well preserved, wrapped in strange woven fabrics, and surrounded by ornate artifacts. The walls of the caverns were covered in ancient hieroglyphic-style inscriptions, and the rooms contained stone tables, tools, and even statues depicting these giant beings in what appear to be ceremonial poses. Some of the carvings showed them holding serpents and orbs, others seated on thrones, with symbols that resembled the solar disk motifs found in both Egyptian and Mesopotamian cultures. Russell's discovery was so extraordinary that it was reported in multiple newspapers, including the San Diego Union, in August 1947. The article described an underground city stretching for miles beneath Death Valley, containing evidence of civilization that predated all known Native American cultures. The report claimed that the mummified giants had shoulder-length hair and unusual bone structures, and that the catacombs held relics made of materials not native to the region, including a type of metal resembling gold but lighter and resistant to corrosion. Yet, just as the story began to spread, Dr. Russell vanished, literally disappeared. His family, friends, and colleagues never saw him again. Dr. Bovey also faded into obscurity, reportedly leaving the area and refusing to speak about the discovery thereafter. Subsequent expeditions sent to find the site came back empty-handed. The cave system, it seemed, had swallowed itself back into legend, but Death Valley was not finished revealing its secrets. Around the same time, members of the Paiute and Penamint Shoshone tribes spoke of an ancient subterranean world beneath the desert, an underworld inhabited by a powerful race of beings they called the Have-Mesas. According to their oral traditions, the Have-Mesas were tall, pale-skinned people who lived in immense underground cities and possessed flying silver boats that glided through the air with a low hum. They were said to have fled to the underworld after a great cataclysm destroyed their surface cities thousands of years ago. The tribes insisted that some entrances to this world still existed, hidden within the labyrinth of Death Valley caves, and sealed by both time and intention. In 1949, a feature in the Death Valley National Park Visitor's Guide made an astonishing reference to these legends, noting that early explorers had reported caverns containing mummified remains and artifacts of unknown origin. The guide quickly withdrew the reference in later editions, citing inaccurate folklore. But by then, the idea of a buried civilization of giants had already taken hold in the public imagination. The mystery deepened when later researchers, including explorer Howard Hill, claimed to have found corroborating evidence. Hill, who worked with the Southwest Museum of Los Angeles, stated that he had visited a site in Death Valley that matched Russell's description, a vast underground complex with vaulted chambers and stone walls smoothed as if by machinery. Hill described enormous sarcophagi, intricate murals depicting celestial beings, and remnants of advanced metallurgy. He, too, reported seeing mummified remains of giant humans, but his work was never officially published. The museum denied any knowledge of such an expedition, and the matter quietly disappeared. Skeptics have long dismissed these stories as tall tales born from desert hallucinations and media sensationalism, but geologists who have studied the region point out that Death Valley is riddled with lava tubes and natural caverns large enough to support such a discovery. Furthermore, the area contains petroglyphs dating back more than 10,000 years, the oldest known in North America, depicting enormous humanoid figures besides smaller human forms. The symbolism is strikingly similar to that found in other parts of the world, particularly in the ancient rock art of Australia, Africa, and the Andes, all of which reference sky beings or giants who came from below. Some researchers have speculated that the Death Valley catacombs could be remnants of a prehistoric civilization displaced by the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago. Rising sea levels and shifting land masses could force survivors into the caves, where they preserved their dead in a mummified state. Others believe the underground city might be part of a much larger network of subterranean complexes stretching across the American Southwest, connecting the Grand Canyon, the Mojave, and possibly even tunnels beneath Mount Shasta in Northern California, another site steeped in legends of ancient giants and hidden civilizations. Adding another layer to the mystery, radar and ground-penetrating imaging conducted in the 1990s by independent researchers reportedly detected massive hollow chambers deep beneath sections of Death Valley. These anomalies, though never publicly verified by government agencies, match the estimated depth and structure of the caverns described by Russell and others decades earlier. The U.S. military's restricted zones in and around the desert only fuel speculation that something extraordinary might lie buried beneath those sands, something that defies the established timeline of human history. Tribal elders from the Panamanian and Shoshone maintain that the underground world still exists and is inhabited, not by living giants, but by their spirits. They say that when the wind howls across the desert and the sand moves in strange, swirling patterns, it is the breath of the half-mesas, reminding the living that their domain is eternal. To this day, locals report hearing low-frequency rumbling sounds emanating from beneath the earth, particularly after seismic activity, as if the desert itself is alive, murmuring the echoes of a civilization that refuses to be forgotten. The tale of the Death Valley giants bridges the gap between archaeology, mythology, and the paranormal. Whether the catacombs are a physical reality buried under centuries of denial or symbolic memory of an ancient cataclysm, they challenge everything we know about human antiquity. Were the mummified giants of Russell's discovery the remnants of a lost race, survivors of an advanced civilization wiped from the earth? Or were they something even stranger, perhaps connected to the mysterious beings who appear in myths worldwide? The Nephilim, the Titans, the Anunnaki? The desert keeps its secrets well. Beneath its silence lies a labyrinth that may hold the oldest story on the continent, a story of beings too large, too powerful, and too impossible for modern science to accept. Somewhere under the burning sands of Death Valley, in catacombs carved by forgotten hands, the bones of giants may still sleep, waiting for the world above to be ready for their return. Far from the burning deserts of Death Valley lies another mystery that challenges everything we know about the human story, a discovery that, if true, would place giant beings not just in myth or scattered legend, but in the very heart of ancient North America's greatest civilization. This is the enigma of Lovelock Cave, a site that has ignited decades of debate, inspired countless conspiracy theories, and drawn archaeologists, treasure hunters, and mystery seekers into its shadow. Because deep inside this cavern in the Nevada desert, the legends speak not merely of lost tribes or hidden artifacts, but of giant red-haired cannibals, being so fearsome and unnatural that even the oldest native tribes fear to speak their names aloud. It began with the Paiute legend of the Sitisich, a tale passed down through generations long before European settlers arrived in the Great Basin. According to the Paiute, the Sitisich were a race of towering, red-haired giants who lived in the valleys long before the Paiute themselves came to the land. These beings are said to be ferocious and predatory, preying upon smaller tribes, raiding their camps, and even eating human flesh. The Paiute tell of a long war between their ancestors and these monstrous beings, a war that ended when surviving giants were driven into a cave, where the tribes piled brush at the entrance and set ablaze, sealing their fate forever. For centuries, this story remained myth, a haunting fireside tale meant to explain the strange bones that sometimes appeared after floods or erosion. But in 1911, truth seemed to catch up with legend. That year, two guano miners, David Pugh and James Hart, entered Lovelock Cave in search of bat droppings to sell as fertilizer. What they found instead would set the archaeological world on edge. Inside the cave, the men unearthed a massive collection of ancient artifacts, human remains, and strange relics that didn't fit neatly into any known Native American culture. Among the bones were skulls, unusually large skulls, some measuring nearly 12 inches from crown to base. Reports at the time claimed that several skeletons recovered from the cave measured between 8 and 10 feet in height. Even more shocking, many of the skulls had distinct reddish hair, still clinging to the scalp despite the passing of millennia. The miners, realizing the potential historical and monetary value of their find, notified authorities and archaeologists from the University of California. Excavations began in earnest, led by archaeologist L. Loud, and continued intermittently for several years. The team cataloged over 10,000 artifacts from the site, tools, duck decoys, woven fabrics, baskets, and weapons. But the reported giant skeletons quickly became a point of controversy. Official archaeological records made no mention of human remains larger than average, yet early eyewitness accounts, newspaper articles, and even letters from local museum curators suggested otherwise. One of the most famous reports came from the Nevada State Journal in 1931, which described two giant skeletons found in nearby Lovelock Valley, one measuring 5 feet, the other just over 10 feet tall. The article claimed these remains had been sent to the University of Nevada for study, though no record of them remains today. Meanwhile, several of the smaller skeletons, ranging from 6 to 7 feet, were displayed in local museums before mysteriously vanishing in the decades that followed. Adding to the intrigue, researchers noted that the red hair on the mummies was not the result of natural pigmentation, as most Native Americans have black hair. Some theorists suggested it might have turned red due to chemical processes in the soil, but forensic analysis of samples conducted later in the 20th century indicated that the hair was indeed originally a reddish hue, perhaps even auburn. That detail, combined with the gigantic bone measurements, sent waves through the community of forbidden archaeology researchers who saw it as evidence of an ancient race distinct from known native groups. But who were these red-haired giants, if they existed? Some researchers have speculated they could have been survivors of an ancient seafaring culture, possibly originating from the lost continent of Lemuria or even the Phoenicians, given the similarities between the cave artifacts and maritime trade relics found across the Pacific. Others link them to biblical accounts of Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men, described as giants and men of renown. Still others suggest a more terrestrial but no less astonishing explanation, that they represent a lost branch of the human family tree, wiped out by natural disasters or wars with early native tribes. The archaeological establishment, of course, rejects these interpretations. Officially, the Lovelock Cave discoveries are attributed to the northern Paiute culture and their ancestors, with all evidence of giant remains dismissed as misinterpretation, exaggeration, or fraud. Skeptics claim that miners and amateur diggers damaged or mixed layers of the cave sediment, creating false impressions of size or age. Yet those same skeptics cannot fully explain the independent reports from dozens of witnesses who handled or photographed the giant bones before they vanished. Perhaps most intriguing of all is what was found alongside the supposed giant remains: woven sandals, more than 15 inches long, enormous hand-press tools that fit no normal-sized human grip, and a duck decoy collection that, while intricate and authentic, seemed impossibly advanced for its time. The duck decoys, made from tule reeds and bound with sinew, were carbon dated to more than 2,000 years old, among the oldest examples of their kind in North America. How, then, did a people supposedly primitive enough to live in caves possess such refined craftsmanship? In 1967, researcher Don Monroe of the Nevada Historical Society attempted to locate the missing giant skulls reportedly found in Lovelock. His search led him to a small museum in Winnemucca, Nevada, where he was shown several unusually large human skulls kept in storage. Monroe took photographs and measurements, noting that the craniums were significantly larger and more robust than typical human specimens. Shortly after, the skulls were reportedly removed and transferred to an undisclosed facility for further study. They were never seen again. The mystery deepened further in the 1990s when author and researcher Brian Forster began collecting evidence of elongated skulls from around the world, from Peru to Egypt, from Malta to Nevada, suggesting that a once global population of giant or genetically distinct humans might have existed thousands of years ago. Forster pointed out that the Lovelock skulls share key traits with those found in South America: massive jawbones, heavy brow ridges, and cranial volumes up to 25% larger than normal. Could it be that the red-haired giants of Lovelock were part of a worldwide ancient race, scattered by cataclysm and remembered only through myth? Adding weight to the possibility, local Native American elders have long maintained that the Sitisic were not entirely mythical. According to them, the story of burning the cave was a real historical event, passed down through oral tradition to warn future generations of the dangers lurking in the dark. In their telling, the Sitisic were not gods or monsters, but rival people, larger, stronger, and deeply feared. The very name Sitic translates roughly to Tule eaters, referencing the reeds they used for clothing, boats, and shelters, yet their appearance and violence set them apart as something more than human. Modern science, meanwhile, offers tantalizing clues but no answers. Genetic studies on hair samples and bone fragments from Lovelock Cave show anomalies, mitochondrial DNA patterns that don't match typical Native American lineages. These tests, while limited and contested, have fueled speculation that the cave's inhabitants may have had genetic roots outside the Americas, possibly linked to ancient Eurasian or Mediterranean populations. Yet the greatest mystery remains unsolved. Where are the bones? Despite dozens of early witnesses, published reports, and archived museum inventories, the physical remains of the supposed giants have disappeared, as if erased from history. Some claim they were quietly confiscated by the Smithsonian Institution, an organization often accused by alternative historians of suppressing evidence that contradicts the conventional timeline. Others believe the bones may have been destroyed or buried again to protect local tourism or sacred sites. Today, Lovelock Cave is a protected archaeological site, open to the public but stripped of its secrets. Visitors can walk its darkened tunnels, where a faint smell of earth and time lingers, and stare at the same rock walls that once held the remains of forgotten people. Whether one sees myth, history, or cover-up in those shadows depends entirely on belief. But to those who have studied the story deeply, the echoes of the Sitisic still resound in the silence. The cries of red-haired giants trapped forever beneath the desert floor, their story half buried but not forgotten. The Lovelock Cave mystery remains one of the most haunting chapters in the saga of forbidden archaeology, a reminder that sometimes the difference between legend and reality is only a few inches of sand. And perhaps in some locked drawer or hidden vault, the skulls of giants still wait to tell their story once more. Across the rolling hills and green valleys of the American Midwest lies one of the most mysterious and misunderstood archaeological landscapes on the planet. A vast, ancient network of burial mounds and earthen constructions that stretch for thousands of miles. Known collectively as the mound builder sites, these silent monuments are older than most castles in Europe and more sophisticated than many early civilizations are given credit for. But beneath their soil, researchers, both official and independent, have unearthed something that challenges every conventional timeline of North American history: skeletons of giant humans, some measuring over 9 feet tall, buried with care and adorned with ornaments suggesting an advanced and possibly forgotten culture. For more than a century, reports of these giant skeletons have surfaced from across the American heartland, from the Mississippi River Valley to the hills of West Virginia, from the plains of Ohio to the forests of Wisconsin. Many of these discoveries date back to the 19th century, when early settlers and amateur archaeologists began unearthing mounds to see what secrets they contained. What they found defied explanation. One of the earliest reports comes from 1833, published in the American Antiquarian, and later reprinted in various newspapers. It described the excavation of a mound near Lompoc Rancho, California, where miners discovered a giant skeleton measuring 12 feet in length. The skeleton's teeth were described as double rows, and its skull was so massive that one man could fit both fists inside its mouth. Artifacts found near the bones included stone weapons, beads, and a massive carved tablet depicting strange symbols that did not match any known Native American art style. As settlers pushed deeper into the American interior, reports multiplied. In 1856, a group of miners in Marathon County, Wisconsin, uncovered a burial mound containing several skeletons between 7 and 9 feet tall. In 1859, a similar discovery occurred in Browns Valley, Minnesota, where bones of enormous size were found alongside copper tools and intricately designed pottery. These early finds were often recorded in local papers, but quickly dismissed by the scientific establishment, which at the time was still struggling to reconcile Native American prehistory with biblical chronology. But the most famous and controversial discoveries came from the Ohio and Mississippi valleys, where the remains of an advanced ancient culture known today as the Adena and Hopewell civilizations once flourished. These mound-building peoples constructed enormous geometric earthworks, some aligned with celestial events, suggesting advanced astronomical knowledge. Excavations during the 1800s and early 1900s uncovered skeletons that didn't fit the expected profile, many standing between 7 and 8 feet tall, with massive jawbones, elongated skulls, and robust skeletal frames that suggested incredible strength. In 1892, the New York Times reported that giant skeletons had been unearthed in Madison, Wisconsin, describing strange burial mounds that contained human remains far exceeding the stature of modern man. Another report from 1897 detailed excavations near Kanawha Valley, West Virginia, where several skeletons measuring 8 feet tall were found in stone-lined tombs, some buried with copper breastplates and ornaments made from seashells, proof of long-distance trade. One skeleton had a skull so large it could fit over that of a normal-sized human, like a helmet. What baffled early archaeologists was not only the size of these remains, but their cranial structure. Many of the skulls featured prominent brow ridges, thick jaws, and elongated craniums, characteristics that didn't match those of known Native American populations. Some skeletons even appear to have 6 fingers and toes, a feature often associated in mythological texts with divine or hybrid beings. To some early researchers, these discoveries seem to point toward an ancient, possibly pre-human race, a theory that would later feed into the legends of Nephilim, the biblical giants said to have walked the earth before the Great Flood. As the discoveries mounted, so did the controversy. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, many of these skeletons were reportedly collected by the Smithsonian Institution, which had established a Bureau of Ethnology to study the mound sites. Yet according to multiple independent investigators, once these bones were shipped to Washington, D.C., they were never seen again. Newspaper reports from the time often ended with the same phrase: the remains were sent to the Smithsonian for examination. None were ever displayed publicly, and official records of their existence gradually disappeared. In 1883, the Scientific American published a detailed account of one such excavation, describing the unearthing of a giant skeleton from a mound near Cartersville, Georgia, standing more than 7 feet tall with a skull of extraordinary thickness. The article noted that the bones were in a remarkable state of preservation and concluded that the remains belonged to a race of men of gigantic stature who preceded the Indians. Yet by the early 20th century, such claims had all but vanished from mainstream science. In 1911, another report, this one from the New York Times, described giant skeletons unearthed in Tennessee, buried in a seated position facing the east, as if awaiting resurrection. The article claimed that local scientists had confirmed the remains measured over 8 feet tall. This pattern repeated again and again. Discoveries announced in the press, public excitement rising, and then silence. The artifacts disappeared. The sites were sealed, and official explanations rewrote the narrative, attributing everything to normal human variation. Some modern researchers argue that the mound discoveries represent different waves of human occupation, and that the giants were an earlier, now extinct group whose remains became intermingled with those of later native peoples. Others go further, suggesting the mound builders were themselves the descendants of an ancient global civilization, one that spanned continents before being wiped out by cataclysmic floods at the end of the last ice age. The precision of the earthworks, the astronomical alignments, and the scale of construction all point to a society with advanced knowledge and organization, something mainstream archaeology has struggled to explain. Take, for example, the Serpent Mound in Ohio, a massive earthen effigy stretching over 1,300 feet, perfectly aligned with solstices and lunar cycles. Some researchers claim that beneath similar mounds in the region, unusually large bones have been quietly recovered but kept from public record. The connection between serpent symbolism and ancient depictions of giants, from the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia to the Quetzalcoatl myths of Mesoamerica, adds another layer of intrigue. Could the mound builders have inherited or even been directly related to the giant races described in myths worldwide? The mystery deepens when we consider the Smithsonian controversy. In 2014, a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit was reportedly filed against the Smithsonian by the American Institute of Alternative Archaeology, ADA, claiming that the institution had destroyed thousands of giant skeletons in the early 1900s to protect the established narrative of human history. The Smithsonian denied the allegations, calling the story a hoax. Yet for many researchers, the sheer number of missing artifacts, photographs, and first-hand accounts suggests a cover-up, one that extends beyond bureaucratic negligence. If these reports are true, what were the Smithsonian, and by extension the academic world, trying to hide? The implications are enormous. The existence of a race of ancient giants would force a complete reevaluation of evolution, anthropology, and human migration. It would mean that advanced civilizations flourished in North America long before the arrival of modern native cultures, possibly even before recorded history began elsewhere. Even today, locals in regions like West Virginia, Ohio, and Wisconsin continue to find anomalies, oversized tools, stone coffins, and massive skeletal fragments embedded in riverbanks after floods. Many private collectors claim to hold artifacts linked to the giants, but without open access to academic verification, their authenticity remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the mounds themselves, thousands of them, continue to yield secrets. Ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR surveys reveal patterns and hidden chambers that could contain yet undiscovered remains. It is almost poetic, the way these giants remain buried beneath the American soil, silenced by centuries of denial, their stories reduced to newspaper clippings and whispered speculation. But if even a fraction of these accounts are true, then the history of North America is far older and more complex than anyone has dared to admit. The giant of the mound builders are not merely a footnote in archaeology. They are a challenge, a haunting echo of forgotten epic when colossal beings walked the land and built monuments to the stars. Perhaps one day, when the earth gives up its secrets once more, the truth will rise from the mounds, tall, ancient, and undeniable. Until then, their legacy sleeps beneath the grass and trees of the Midwest, a silent testament to a version of history that the world still isn't ready to face. Beneath the rugged cliffs and sun-baked mesas of the American Southwest lies another chapter in the enigma of ancient giants, one so bizarre and meticulously detailed that even seasoned archaeologists have been forced to confront it with uneasy silence. This is the story of the Grand Canyon's lost civilization, an alleged discovery that first surfaced in the early 20th century and has since become one of the most enduring mysteries in forbidden archaeology. It begins not with myth, but with a single newspaper article, one so sensational, yet so specific, that it continues to puzzle researchers over a century later. In April 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an extraordinary front-page story titled Explorations in Grand Canyon, Mysteries of Immense Rich Cavern Being Brought to Light. The article described a vast subterranean complex discovered by an explorer named G. Kincaid, who claimed to have found evidence of an ancient civilization of giants hidden deep within the remote canyons of northern Arizona. The alleged expedition was said to have been financed by the Smithsonian Institution, lending an air of legitimacy that made the story explode across the American press. According to Kincaid's account, he was traveling alone down the Colorado River in search of mineral deposits when he noticed unusual markings high on a sheer cliff wall, nearly 2,000 feet above the riverbed. Scaling the wall with great difficulty, he found the entrance to a tunnel, a perfectly symmetrical, artificially carved passage leading deep into the rock. What he found inside was nothing short of astonishing, a series of chambers and passageways stretching for miles, filled with artifacts that defied explanation. The first chambers, Kincaid reported, contained mummified remains of giant humans, all of them seated in a lotus-like posture, facing east. The mummies averaged 9 feet in height, and their features were described as distinctly non-native, with elongated skulls and strong, aquiline noses. Each mummy was wrapped in a dark fabric resembling linen, preserved with a resinous substance that resisted decay. In later chambers, Kincaid discovered statues, weapons, tools, and tablets covered in hieroglyphic writing that closely resembled ancient Egyptian script. Even more shocking was the layout of the complex itself. Kincaid described large halls resembling temples, complete with idols of what appeared to be Egyptian and Hindu deities, including one that strongly resembled Buddha, seated cross-legged and surrounded by smaller figures. There were also large stone vessels, copper implements, and a central crypt containing what appeared to be the remains of a royal burial, a sarcophagus holding the largest mummy of all, which Kincaid estimated over 10 feet tall. The article claimed that the Egyptian or Oriental origin of the artifacts was beyond dispute. Perhaps most startling was Kincaid's observation of the engineering precision of the tunnels. He reported that the walls were perfectly smooth and appeared to have been cut using advanced tools, not primitive chisels. The lighting within the caverns was described as uniform and mysterious, suggesting the use of some ancient illumination system. The article even mentioned storage rooms filled with seeds, grains, and weapons, implying that the site may have once sustained a large, organized population. At the time, this report caused a brief sensation. But almost immediately after its publication, something strange happened. The story vanished. No follow-up articles appeared. No other newspapers corroborated the claims. And the Smithsonian Institution denied any knowledge of A.G. Kincaid or an expedition in the Grand Canyon. Requests for records turned up nothing. It was as if the entire affair had been erased from existence. Yet, the details of the article were unusually specific. The description of the site's geography placed it near a region known today as the Grand Canyon's Marble Canyon area, close to a sector now off-limits to the public. Intriguingly, many nearby landmarks bear Egyptian-themed names. The Tower of Ra, the Isis Temple, the Cheops Pyramid, the Buddha Cloister, and the Horus Temple, names assigned by early explorers who sensed something unusual about the area's features. Coincidence? Perhaps. But to those familiar with the legend, it feels more like a clue left in plain sight. Researchers who have attempted to verify the story have encountered layers of obstruction. Many of the specific coordinates mentioned in the 1909 report now fall within restricted zones of the Grand Canyon, under the control of the U.S. government and Native American reservations. Certain areas are classified as no-fly zones, allegedly for environmental protection, though locals and independent explorers claim there's more to it, that these regions contain sealed entrances and hidden cave systems that match Kincaid's description. In the decades since, dozens of researchers have tried to retrace Kincaid's route, but none have been able to locate the site. Some claim to have found evidence of ancient tunnel openings, sealed with concrete or welded metal plates. Others point to unexplained radar anomalies beneath the canyon floor, indicating massive hollow chambers. In 2013, a group of explorers using advanced imaging equipment detected unusual voids and symmetrical patterns in one such restricted area, shapes that did not match natural formations. Their data was reportedly confiscated by park officials, and the team was fined for trespassing. The idea that an ancient civilization, perhaps Egyptian, perhaps something older, might have colonized Americas thousands of years ago is, of course, heretical to mainstream archaeology, but some intriguing parallels exist. The ancient Egyptians were known for their skill in tunnel construction and mummification, both key elements of the Grand Canyon story. Moreover, recent genetic studies have found traces of ancient Near Eastern DNA among certain Native American populations, suggesting ancient transoceanic contact might have occurred far earlier than history books claim. Alternative historians argue that the Grand Canyon civilization could have been part of a global network of advanced societies, one that included the pyramid builders of Egypt, the megalithic architects of Peru, and the temple engineers of Southeast Asia. Some believe these groups shared common roots in a lost mother culture, possibly Atlantis or Mu, destroyed in a global cataclysm around 12,000 years ago. Survivors, they say, fled across the oceans and established colonies in remote parts of the world, including the American Southwest. Adding fuel to the fire, the Hopi tribe, whose ancestral lands border the Grand Canyon, have their own legends of a subterranean world. According to Hopi oral tradition, their ancestors once lived in an underground city beneath the canyon. Guided there by the ant people, mysterious, elongated beings who protected them from a great fire and flood that devastated the surface world. The Hopi say that when it was safe to return to the surface, their people emerged through a sapapu, a symbolic portal connecting the worlds. Some researchers suggest that this myth could be a preserved memory of the same underground network described in the 1909 article. Skeptics dismiss the Grand Canyon story as a hoax, noting that no explorer named G. Kincaid appears in official Smithsonian records, and that the Arizona Gazette was a small newspaper prone to sensationalism. But others point out that the Gazette's story contained technical details about Egyptian burial practices and geological formations that would have been extremely difficult for an ordinary journalist of 1909 to invent convincingly. The story's precision suggests it may have been based on a real but suppressed discovery. Adding to the suspicion, multiple researchers have documented cases of vanishing evidence. Photographs, museum inventories, and field reports relating to unusual human remains from the Grand Canyon region have reportedly disappeared from archives. Former park rangers have anonymously claimed that certain cave entrances are monitored and sealed by authorities, while aerial photos show unusual, geometric patterns etched into the canyon walls, as if the terrain itself bears the remnants of ancient architecture. If the Grand Canyon's lost civilization truly existed, it would rewrite the history of human presence in North America. It would suggest that not only did ancient explorers from the Old World reach the New World thousands of years before Columbus, they may have built colonies here, intermingling with or ruling over early native populations. The presence of giant mummies adds an even deeper layer. Were these colonists human, or the remnants of an older, forgotten race? The canyon remains silent, its secrets buried beneath millions of tons of rock. Yet, every so often whispers emerge, hikers claiming to have seen sealed doorways, or pilots reporting strange rectangular openings visible only from above. And always there is the same response: denial, redirection, and silence. Whether fact, hoax, or something in between, the legend of Kincaid's discovery refuses to die. It lives on in the collective memory of explorers and truth seekers, a riddle carved into the stone heart of the American West. Somewhere within those crimson walls may lie the remnants of a civilization that the world was never meant to see, a civilization of giants whose story was buried as deeply as their tombs. And if one day that hidden entrance is found again, the Grand Canyon may no longer be just a wonder of nature, but a gateway into a forbidden chapter of human history. Deep in the rainforests of Ecuador, in a region largely unexplored and steeped in ancient legend, lies one of the most perplexing archaeological mysteries ever whispered about: the lost city of the giants, known locally as Ciudad de los Gigantes. This discovery, though mostly suppressed or dismissed by mainstream archaeology, has drawn explorers, scientists, and truth seekers from around the world. It is said to be a city so massive, so impossibly advanced, that its very stones defy the scale of human architecture. The question that haunts everyone who hears the tale is simple: who built it? The story first emerged in the early 1990s when a group of local tribesmen from the Shure Nation told explorers about a strange place deep in the jungle, a city, not of their ancestors, but of beings who were taller than men and stronger than beasts. The Shure, who are among the few remaining peoples with direct oral traditions stretching back thousands of years, described ancient times when giant beings descended from the sky and built their homes in the mountains before vanishing without a trace. The natives called them the Great Ones, and their stories warn that the place where these giants once lived was cursed, that any who enter would never return. In 2012, a team of explorers led by Bruce Fenton, an author and researcher of forbidden archaeology, along with Ecuadorian scientists and local guides, ventured into the southern Amazonian province of Morona Santiago to see whether this lost city could be real. After days of trekking through dense, snake-infested jungles and crossing roaring rivers, they stumbled upon something incredible, a massive stone platform covered in vines and moss. But this was no natural formation. The stones were perfectly cut, precisely angled, and arranged in geometric symmetry. Each block measured up to 2 meters in height and weighed several tons, far too large to have been manipulated by pre-Columbian tribes using simple stone tools. As they cleared more of the vegetation, they found walls, staircases, and pillars, all proportionally gigantic, as if designed for beings much larger than humans. The steps were each nearly 3 feet high, far beyond the comfort of an average human stride. The walls themselves are constructed from enormous polygonal stones, fit together without mortar, a building technique reminiscent of Sacsayhuaman in Peru or Baalbek in Lebanon. Both sites associated with megalithic mysteries and tales of giants. Among the ruins, the team also found artifacts, stone tools that weighed up to 80 pounds, too heavy to be used by ordinary humans for practical purposes. The implements appear to be chisels, hammers, and grinding stones, but all of them were oversized. Locals who accompanied the expedition were quick to identify these as the tools of the giants. According to their legends, the beings who once inhabited the city were 12 to 15 feet tall, with immense strength and long lifespans. The site's precision and scale shocked everyone who saw it. Fenton reported that the stones appeared machine-cut, as if shaped with technology far beyond what was available to ancient South American cultures. Some archaeologists who later viewed the photographs agreed that the stones were unusual, though they cautiously suggested that they might be the result of natural fracturing, an explanation that Fenton and his team found unconvincing, given the deliberate design and repetitive geometry. One of the most curious features of the discovery was the ceremonial platform located near the center of the site. It was a perfectly flat expanse of rock, with a circular depression in its middle, as if once used for rituals or gatherings. Around it lay several massive stone blocks arranged in a semicircle like thrones, or perhaps seats for beings of immense stature. Local Shur elders said this was a place where the giants met to call upon the sky gods. Not far from the city, explorers also found a series of artificial tunnels and caves, some partially collapsed, others extending for hundreds of feet into mountainside. These tunnels, according to indigenous stories, connected various ancient sites across Ecuador and Peru, and were used by the giants to travel underground after a catastrophic event on the surface. When asked what happened to these beings, the elders replied, they returned to the sky, and the earth swallowed their homes. Perhaps the most compelling piece of evidence came from aerial drone footage taken in 2013, revealing rectangular patterns and massive geometric outlines beneath the forest canopy, clear indications of artificial construction. Satellite imagery later confirmed several anomalies in the area, suggesting that the visible ruins might only be the tip of a vast buried complex. Some researchers speculated that the site could be tens of thousands of years old, possibly predating known civilizations in the Americas by millennia. Still, as with many forbidden discoveries, the excitement was short-lived. The Ecuadorian government soon restricted access to the area, citing concerns about environmental preservation and indigenous rights. Requests to conduct deeper excavations were denied. Not long after, reports surfaced that government officials had quietly removed some of the larger stone artifacts and transported them to an undisclosed location. The official explanation was that the site was a natural geological formation, a claim that directly contradicted both eyewitness testimony and photographic evidence. Despite the government's stance, independent researchers and local explorers continued to investigate. Some found unusual skeletal remains in nearby caves, elongated bones and skull fragments much larger than normal human proportions. Photographs of these bones circulated briefly online before disappearing, leading many to suspect a cover-up. Those who saw the images claimed the skulls had massive jawlines and thick cranial plates, consistent with the legends of giant beings that once ruled the region. Adding to the intrigue, The Shur and Achur tribes maintain remarkably detailed oral traditions about these ancient giants. They speak of beings who descended from the stars, who taught early humans how to work metal and build with stone before disappearing into the earth after a great war among the gods. Some say the giants were punished for their arrogance, turned to stone by divine wrath, a poetic echo of myths from around the world that speak of giants turned to stone after defying higher powers. Interestingly, these legends bear striking similarities to stories from Mesopotamia, the Bible, and other ancient texts. The book of Genesis describes a race of giants called the Nephilim, said to be the offspring of divine beings and human women. In Sumerian mythology, the Anunnaki, sky gods who descended to earth, were described as enormous, powerful, and instrumental in teaching humanity civilization. The parallels are uncanny, suggesting that the Shur's sky giants may be another cultural memory of the same ancient phenomenon recorded across the globe. Some alternative theorists propose that the lost city of the giants was not merely a city, but an ancient outpost of a global civilization, a colony built by survivors of a cataclysm that wiped out an earlier age of humanity. If this is true, then Ecuador's jungle may conceal one of the last physical traces of a forgotten chapter in Earth's history. The immense stones, the oversized tools, the forbidden tunnels, all could be remnants of a time when beings larger, stronger, and more advanced than modern humans walked the earth. Today, the jungle slowly reclaims the ruins, its vines tightening around the stones like the fingers of time itself. Expeditions still attempt to reach the site, but few succeed. The terrain is harsh, the climate unforgiving, and local authorities remain suspicious of outsiders. Yet, those who have seen the place with their own eyes speak of a presence, a feeling that the land itself remembers. Some claim to have heard deep vibrations in the night, as if something beneath the earth still stirs, waiting to be rediscovered. If the lost city of the giants is ever fully uncovered, it could force us to confront one of the most explosive questions of all. What if the stories of ancient giants were never myths, but history? What if our ancestors were not the first advanced beings to walk this planet? The rainforests of Ecuador, silent and watchful, may still hold the answer. Beneath the roots and vines, beneath the weight of centuries, there may lie the remains of a civilization that science cannot yet explain, a civilization built not for men, but for giants. Hidden deep within the highlands of Peru, where mist clings to the mountains and clouds drift like ancient spirits, stands one of the most haunting enigmas of South American archaeology, the ruins of Marcahuasi. Perched on a vast plateau over 12,000 feet above sea level, this place is not merely a site of rocks and shadows. It is, according to explorers, a stone library left behind by a vanished race, possibly even the giants of prehistory. What makes Marcahuasi extraordinary is not only its mysterious sculptures, but the scale and precision of its carvings, which seem to have been designed for beings far larger and far older than modern humans. The discovery of Marcahuasi first gained attention in the mid-20th century, thanks to a Peruvian explorer named Daniel Russo. In 1952, Russo ascended the barren plateau east of Lima and found himself surrounded by hundreds of enormous stone formations. These were not the random shapes of erosion, he claimed, but purposeful sculptures, worn by time but clearly carved by intelligent hands. What shocked him most was a recurring theme. The stones depicted gigantic humanoid faces, animals from multiple continents, and mythological figures that spanned thousands of miles of cultural distance. Russo described Marcahuasi as a message carved in stone, a time capsule left by what he called a Masma civilization, a lost race that predated known history. The Masma, he believed, were the survivors of a global cataclysm who encoded their wisdom in the mountains themselves, knowing that future civilizations would rise and fall. His conclusion was met with skepticism, yet photographs from his expeditions are difficult to dismiss. The carvings are massive, faces as tall as houses, bodies extending for dozens of feet. Animals depicted at proportions that suggest either an artistic exaggeration or the hand of a species who thought on a monumental scale. Among the most famous of these monoliths is the Monument to Humanity, a towering formation that, when viewed from a particular angle and time of day, appears as three overlapping faces, one youthful, one mature, and one ancient. Russo interpreted this as a representation of the cycles of humanity, or perhaps the three ages of civilization. But others noticed something stranger. When photographed from above, The proportions of the heads appeared too large to represent normal humans. Their skulls were elongated, their features broad and angular, eerily similar to the elongated skulls discovered in Paracas, just a few hundred miles away. The plateau itself stretches for over 4 square kilometers, and nearly every surface bears some trace of modification. Explorers have cataloged shapes resembling elephants, lions, camels, turtles, eagles, and even humanoid giants reclining across the landscape. Some of these animals, such as lions and camels, are not native to South America, leading many to question how ancient artists could have depicted creatures from other continents. Were they drawing from ancient memory, or had they actually seen these animals when the world was united in a forgotten age? Local legends add another layer to the mystery. The people of the region, descendants of the ancient Yayos and Warakari cultures, speak of the gods of stone, who once lived upon the plateau, giants who turned to rock after defying the Creator. They say that at night, under the light of moon, the statues come alive for a moment, as the spirits of the giants remember their former lives. The legend eerily echoes myths from across the globe, from the Greek titans turned to stone by Zeus to the giants of Easter Island who became eternal guardians. What's even more compelling is that the Markawasi stones appear to interact with light in ways that suggest deliberate astronomical alignment. At sunrise and sunset on certain solstices, the shadows of one sculpture merge with another to form composite figures, as if the plateau were designed as a celestial calendar. Russo and later researchers noted that these alignments could have been used to mark equinoxes, planetary movements, and even precessional cycles spanning tens of thousands of years. If true, this would indicate a level of astronomical knowledge far beyond what conventional archaeology attributes to the region's ancient inhabitants. Modern scientists argue that the formations are merely examples of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces and patterns in random shapes. Yet, when one examines the evidence closely, the odds of so many human and animal forms appearing by coincidence are astronomical. Many of the faces are symmetrical, consistently proportioned, and often situated in deliberate relation to one another. Some are even aligned to cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, as though they were part of a geometric code. Adding to the intrigue, megalithic platforms and walls have been discovered around the base of the plateau, suggesting that Markawasi was once a settlement or ceremonial site. Excavations have uncovered pottery fragments, tools, and small tombs, though nothing that fully explains or built the colossal carvings above. According to Russo, the plateau was the spiritual capital of the Masma civilization, a place where initiates gathered to preserve ancient wisdom after the Great Flood destroyed their world. In his writings, he connected the Masma to similar legends in other parts of the world. The Atlanteans, the Nephilim, and the Watchers, all described as towering beings with knowledge of the heavens. Perhaps the most haunting element of Markawasi is the way the stones seem to shift in appearance as the light changes. What looks like a rough boulder at midday becomes a perfect profile at sunset. Russo believed this was intentional, a form of morphic art that used natural light as part of its message. The builders, he said, were not simply carving statues. They were encoding information in shadow and perspective, creating a dynamic landscape meant to be read over time. Even the location of Markawasi adds to its mystery. The plateau is situated near magnetic anomalies, areas where compasses behave erratically and electrical devices fail. Explorers have reported strange sensations, dizziness, and even visions while spending nights on the plateau. Some claim to have seen glowing orbs drifting across the stones, or heard deep, resonant hums from beneath the ground. Could this energy be natural, or the remnant of some ancient technology buried beneath the rock? In recent years, high-resolution drone scans have revealed unexplained geometric patterns etched into the ground around Markawasi, visible only from the air. Some researchers speculate these might be landing platforms or star maps, possibly linked to the legends of sky beings who descended to teach humanity. Others suggest that the plateau's entire layout mimics a cosmic constellation, connecting Markawasi to similar sites across the planet, including Egypt's Giza Plateau, Turkey's Göbekli Tepe, and even the temples of Angkor Wat. One particularly eerie discovery came in 2017, when a team of independent archaeologists claimed to have found giant footprints fossilized in nearby rock, each measuring over 3 feet long. The prints appeared humanoid and deeply pressed, as though made by enormous beings walking across soft volcanic stone before it hardened. Though mainstream scholars dismiss them as geological curiosities, the patterns were too anatomically precise to ignore. Could they belong to the same race who carved the massive faces on the plateau? Markawasi remains largely unsolved, a riddle written in stone and silence. Visitors today often describe an overwhelming feeling of reverence, as if standing within the remnants of a sacred power long forgotten. To the casual observer, it's a surreal landscape of wind-shaped rocks. But to those attuned to deeper mysteries, it is a monument to an ancient intelligence, one that might have transcended humanity as we know it. Whether created by the hands of giants, the survivors of Atlantis, or a civilization lost to the ages, Markawasi stands as proof that something extraordinary once walked this earth. Its immense forms whisper across the millennia, challenging the arrogance of modern certainty. Perhaps these are not just stones, but messages left for those with eyes to see, reminders that the giants of legend were real and that their legacy still watches us from the mountains of Peru. If so, then Markawasi is not merely a ruin. It is a mirror to our forgotten origins, a frozen memory of when gods and giants walked side by side and left behind a monument to eternity. In the desolate high plains of Bolivia, over 13,000 feet above sea level, lies one of the most enigmatic and ancient sites on Earth, Tiwanaku. This monumental complex, shrouded in mystery and silence, has long puzzled archaeologists with its scale, precision, and unexplained age. But beneath its weathered stones and megalithic gates, some researchers believe lies the evidence of something far more astonishing: the handiwork of giants. To the untrained eye, Tiwanaku appears as a collection of ruins, vast stone blocks scattered across the Andean plateau. But to those who study the site closely, every stone whispers of lost technology, forgotten builders, and a civilization that might not have been entirely human. Mainstream archaeology attributes Tiwanaku to an ancient Andean culture that flourished around 500 to 1000 CE. Yet, there are clues that suggest the site is far older, possibly predating the Inca by thousands of years. In fact, early explorers like Arthur Poznański, a Bolivian archaeologist in the early 20th century, proposed that Tiwanaku could be at least 15,000 years old, based on astronomical alignments that matched star positions from a time when the region's climate was radically different. According to Poznański, Tiwanaku was constructed when the high plains were a fertile paradise, before a catastrophic event transformed the region into the frozen wasteland it is today. If that's true, then who built it? And how? Tiwanaku's most famous monument, the Gateway of the Sun, is a single block of andesite stone weighing over 10 tons, carved with exquisite precision and covered in intricate reliefs depicting celestial symbols, human-like figures, and beings with wings and helmets. The craftsmanship is unlike anything known from later Andean cultures. Even today, engineers marvel at the laser-sharp cuts and right angles, which seem impossible to have been made with bronze or stone tools. Scattered around the site are even larger stones, some weighing over 100 tons, quarried from locations 10 miles away across treacherous terrain. How these megaliths were transported, lifted, and fitted together remains a mystery. The blocks are interlocked with a level of accuracy that defies explanation, using metal clamps of a unique copper-arsenic alloy, a metallurgical feat far beyond what should have been possible in pre-Columbian times. The deeper one studies Tiwanaku, the more it seems to defy the limits of human capability. But perhaps the most tantalizing mystery lies just next door, the megalithic site of Pumapunku. Here, the stones are cut with even greater precision, some featuring perfectly drilled holes in complex 3D geometries. Modern engineers who have examined these blocks say that the level of accuracy would require machine tools or diamond-tipped saws to replicate today. These H-shaped stones, many weighing several tons each, fit together like puzzle pieces, forming a seamless architectural pattern. But what truly shocks researchers are the proportions of the site. Doorways, stairs, and platforms appear too large for average human use. The steps at Pumapunku, for instance, are far taller than would be practical for ordinary people, but ideal for beings twice the height of modern humans. Ancient local legends seem to confirm this. The Aymara people, whose ancestors have lived near Tiwanaku for thousands of years, tell stories of giant gods who came from the heavens and shaped the stones with their hands. These beings, they say, were viracochas, tall, bearded figures who arrived after a great flood and taught humanity how to rebuild. According to these oral traditions, the Viracochas were builders of civilization, possessing powers that could move mountains and mold stone as if it were clay. They ruled for generations, then vanished, promising to return one day from across the sea. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived centuries later, the Inca initially believed that the white-skinned, bearded Spaniards were returning Viracochas, a belief that shaped their entire response to conquest. Could it be that the myths of Viracochas were based on actual beings, perhaps the same giant race mentioned in ancient texts from other continents? The parallels are striking. The Bible speaks of the Nephilim, the offspring of divine beings and human women. Sumerian tablets describe the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens, who were said to have built cities and temples in the ancient world. Across the ocean, Native American tribes speak of giant architects who built sacred sites before disappearing into the earth. Tiwanaku's stories fit perfectly within this global pattern. One of the most curious discoveries at the site involves the skulls found in nearby tombs. Several human remains excavated around Tiwanaku and Pumapunku show signs of cranial elongation, not through natural genetics, but deliberate shaping. While skull binding was a known practice in many ancient cultures, some of these skulls exhibit volume increases inconsistent with human anatomy. Certain examples are up to 25% larger than normal human skulls, with different suture patterns and extracranial capacity, traits that cannot be explained by deformation alone. Some researchers believe these could be the actual remains of the beings the Aymara call the first men, the giants who built Tiwanaku before the time of the Incas. Adding another layer of intrigue, the site's alignment to celestial phenomena has fascinated scholars for decades. Tiwanaku appears to have been built with incredible astronomical precision, aligning perfectly with the solstices, lunar standstills, and even the precessional cycle of the Earth, a 26,000-year cosmic rhythm. How could an ancient civilization, supposedly without advanced instruments, have mapped the heavens with such accuracy? Poznansky theorized that Tiwanaku's builders might have been survivors of a lost global civilization, perhaps one destroyed in a pole shift or great flood, a catastrophe echoed in myths worldwide. Then there is the question of the underground chambers. Recent ground-penetrating radar studies have revealed large hollow spaces beneath Tiwanaku, suggesting that a subterranean complex lies buried below. Some theorists believe these could be the tombs of the giant kings described in Aymara legend, the Watchers of the Sun, who ruled before the rise of the modern human races. There are whispers that the Bolivian government, aware of potential implications, has quietly restricted excavation in certain areas to avoid controversy. A recurring detail across ancient Andean mythology is the presence of tools of thunder and fire, artifacts that have been used by the Viracochas to carve and move stone. Some petroglyphs near Tiwanaku even depict figures holding rod-like devices that emit rays, eerily reminiscent of advanced technology. Could these myths be the dim memory of a civilization that once possessed high-energy tools, later mythologized as divine weapons? Curiously, Tiwanaku's advanced stonework is not isolated. Similar techniques appear thousands of miles away in Egypt, at Giza and Abydos, and in Baalbek, Lebanon, sites also associated with giants and gods from the stars. The blocks at Pumapunku are cut with the same 90-degree precision as the granite casing stones of the Great Pyramid, and their interlocking joints mirror those of Sacsayhuaman in Cusco. Could this suggest a shared knowledge or connection between ancient builders across the globe? Some modern theorists propose that Tiwanaku may have been part of a global grid of ancient power centers, a line along what are known as ley lines, invisible energy pathways connecting sacred sites. The architecture of Tiwanaku, with its geometric complexity, could have served as both a temple and an energy generator, harnessing telluric forces. If true, this might explain the strange sensations and electromagnetic anomalies recorded by visitors, compasses spinning, cameras malfunctioning, and batteries draining inexplicably. Yet, despite the evidence and the awe it inspires, Tiwanaku remains an enigma deliberately simplified by official narratives. Tourists are told that the stones were carved with stone hammers and patience. But when engineers analyze the perfect symmetry and smoothness of the cuts, they reach a different conclusion. Whoever built Tiwanaku possessed knowledge and strength beyond that of humans. If the legends are true, then Tiwanaku was more than a city. It was a workshop of gods, a center of learning and energy, built by the giants who once ruled the Andes. The ruins we see today may be only the eroded remnants of a vast complex that once stretched across South America, the heart of an empire erased by cataclysm and time. Standing before the gateway of the sun, one cannot help but feel the weight of something profound, as if the stones themselves remember. The intricate faces carved into the monuments seem to gaze not only at the heavens, but across eternity, as though waiting for the return of those who made them. Perhaps the giants never truly left. Perhaps their essence endures in the midst of the Andes, in the great stones that refuse to fall, and in the silence of Tiwanaku, a silence that hums with forgotten power, whispering of a time when gods and giants walked the earth together. Far to the north, where the frozen tundras of Siberia stretch endlessly under a steel-gray sky, there exists a mystery that is as chilling as the landscape itself. The discovery of giant human skeletons buried in permafrost, some so massive that they defy modern understanding. These finds, dating back over a century, have been repeatedly reported in Russian and European newspapers, yet they remain virtually unknown in mainstream archaeology. Skeptics dismiss the accounts as exaggerations, but the sheer consistency of the reports, across decades, regions, and independent sources, suggests something extraordinary once roamed the Eurasian steppes. One of the earliest documented finds came in the late 1800s in the remote Altai Mountains. Local miners digging in frozen ground reported uncovering skeletons measuring over 9 feet in length, with unusually robust bones and massive skulls. These skeletons were accompanied by stone tools and weapons far larger than any used by known human populations of the era. Witnesses described the jawbones as broad and powerful, capable of crushing bone, and the long bones as thick as tree trunks, indicating a strength that modern humans cannot match. Reports of Siberian giants persisted into the early 20th century. In 1901, newspapers in St. Petersburg documented the discovery of a skeleton in the Yakutsk region measuring roughly 10 feet tall. According to the account, the body was buried in a carefully constructed chamber lined with stone slabs, reminiscent of ancient tombs found in Europe and the Middle East. Alongside the skeleton were bronze implements, ornate ornaments, and ceremonial objects, hinting at a sophisticated culture that was entirely unknown to contemporary anthropologists. What makes these Siberian finds particularly compelling is their preservation. The permafrost acts as a natural refrigeration system, keeping bones, clothing, and even traces of soft tissue remarkably intact for thousands of years. Some reports even describe skeletons with elongated skulls, similar to those found in South America, Egypt, and the American Midwest. The consistency of these cranial features across continents raises a provocative question. Was a giant of Siberia part of a global population? In the 1920s, explorers in the Ural Mountains uncovered a series of burial mounds containing more giant skeletons. Witnesses claimed the skeletons averaged 8 to 10 feet in height, with large hands and feet and extra-large rib cages suggesting immense lung capacity and strength. Some of the burials contain elaborate stone coffins decorated with carvings depicting humanoid figures with wings, elongated heads, and divine symbols. Archaeologists at the time were stunned but quickly categorized the finds as mythical exaggerations, a classification that has persisted in official records. The Siberian giant phenomenon is further reinforced by a 1947 account in the remote region of Novosibirsk, where reindeer herders reportedly discovered a burial site of a single skeleton over 9 feet tall, surrounded by oversized bronze weapons and ceremonial artifacts. Photographs taken at the scene, though mostly lost in later years, were said to confirm the enormous size of the bones, as well as unusual cranial shapes and extra-large teeth. Researchers noted that the structure of the bones suggested a metabolism and musculature far beyond that of ordinary humans, consistent with ancient myths of superhuman strength and endurance. Even into the 21st century, claims continue to surface. Some independent Russian archaeologists report that government teams have removed skeletons from remote sites and transported them to undisclosed laboratories for study, a pattern reminiscent of the Smithsonian controversies in North America. Locals have occasionally come forward with photographs, relics, and anecdotal evidence of burial mounds containing oversized remains, but these are often dismissed by mainstream science as folklore or hoaxes. What makes Siberia particularly intriguing is a connection to global legends of giants. The Yakut people, indigenous to the region, maintain oral histories of colossal beings who lived before recorded history. These giants were said to be builders of sacred mounds, creators of immense weapons, and guardians of the land. Similar myths exist across the Eurasian continent. The Slavs tell the Alkahest, a race of giant protectors. The Norse speak of Jotun, titanic beings who predate the gods. Even the Bible recounts in the Nephilim, giants said to roam the earth before the Great Flood. Could these legends be rooted in actual encounters with a prehistoric race of giants? Several researchers have noted a pattern in the burial practices. Siberian giants are frequently found in stone-lined graves, often accompanied by tools or ornaments proportionate to their size. Some mounds exhibit astronomical alignments, similar to megalithic structures across Europe and South America, suggesting that these ancient beings may have shared a global knowledge of the cosmos. The symbolism carved into some of these burial sites, geometric patterns, celestial motifs, and humanoid figures with elongated skulls, hints at a culture with ritualistic and technological sophistication beyond what was previously imagined for a prehistoric Siberia. Adding further intrigue, some reports describe gigantic stone weapons buried alongside the skeletons, axes, hammers, and clubs, sometimes weighing over 50 pounds each. These implements appear functional, not ceremonial, and correspond to the size and strength of the skeletal remains. It raises the unsettling possibility that these giants were not merely passive or mythical. They were warriors, builders, and rulers in their own right. Skeptics argue that exaggeration and misinterpretation explain these accounts, suggesting that permafrost preservation can create optical illusions, or that early explorers overestimated sizes. Yet, the volume of consistent reports, stretching from Altai to Yakuts, cannot be dismissed as coincidence. Even Russian anthropologists admit that unusually large skeletons have been documented, though the most sensational finds have been quietly shelved in archives or transferred to research facilities with restricted access. The Siberian giants also connect to broader questions about prehistoric human diversity. Conventional science tells us that humans evolved with certain limits in height and physiology, yet Siberia, along with sites in North America, South America, and Europe, repeatedly produces evidence of individuals exceeding modern height norms by 3 to 5 feet. If true, this suggests a parallel lineage of giant humans, now largely extinct, that lived alongside or even before ordinary Homo sapiens. Furthermore, some theorists speculate that the Siberian giants may have had genetic traits allowing survival in harsh climates. Their massive skeletal frames, wide rib cages, and dense musculature could have supported endurance in the cold tundra, while their large hands and feet would aid in navigating deep snow and ice. In other words, these beings were not merely tall. They were engineered for survival in extreme conditions, which would explain their proliferation in regions like Siberia and the northern steppes. The implications of these findings are staggering. If the Siberian giants truly existed, they represent a lost chapter of human history, one that challenges the accepted evolutionary timeline and suggests that multiple human species, some of extraordinary size, coexisted in prehistoric times. Their presence across continents implies a network of ancient, technologically capable societies that has largely been erased from our historical memory. Even today, Siberia remains a frontier for discovery. Permafrost melting due to climate change has exposed new burial sites, and satellite imagery reveals patterns in remote regions that may correspond to ancient giant settlements or ritual mounds. Researchers are beginning to take notice, but the truth of the Siberian giants remains elusive, buried beneath ice, time, and institutional skepticism. For those willing to listen to the stories of the local tribes, study the hidden archives, and piece together centuries of reports, Siberia presents a haunting possibility. That giants once walked the frozen steppes, leaving behind stone, bone, and myth, a legacy waiting for the world to recognize that history, as we know it, may only be a fraction of the truth. In the arid deserts of the Middle East, where ancient sands conceal the remnants of millennia-old civilizations, there exists a mystery that challenges the foundations of human history: the giant skeletons unearthed in Mesopotamia. For over a century, reports have emerged of extraordinary human remains, some measuring well over 9 feet tall, buried alongside artifacts and structures that suggest the existence of a race of giants in the ancient world. While mainstream archaeology often dismisses these accounts as exaggeration or myth, the sheer number of reports, spanning Iraq, Iran, and Syria, makes them impossible to ignore. The first notable accounts date back to the late 1800s, during the height of British and French exploration in Mesopotamia. Workers excavating near Babylon and Ur reported discovering tombs containing colossal human skeletons, often accompanied by gold ornaments, weapons, and ceremonial items. One report, published in the London Illustrated News in 1883, described a skeleton over 9.5 feet tall, lie in a stone sarcophagus decorated with intricate carvings of lions, bulls, and gods. Archaeologists at the time were stunned by the find, but largely suppressed it, fearing it would challenge established theories of human history. Similar discoveries followed throughout the early 20th century. In 1912, during excavations near the ruins of Nineveh, workers uncovered several burial mounds containing human remains well above modern height averages, often with disproportionately large skulls and rib cages. These skeletons were invariably found with massive stone or bronze tools, weapons, and occasionally inscribed tablets that some claim contained unknown cuneiform characters. The combination of extraordinary size and advanced material culture suggested that these were not ordinary humans, but members of a forgotten or suppressed race. Mesopotamian texts themselves may contain indirect evidence of giants. Ancient Sumerian and Akkadian writings speak of the Anunnaki, celestial beings who descended to Earth, intermingled with humans, and imparted knowledge of agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy. Some interpretations suggest that the Anunnaki were not merely mythological, but rather physical giants, described consistently as tall, powerful, and distinct from ordinary humans. These legends correlate strikingly with the skeletal remains reported in excavation records, hinting at convergence between myth and archaeological reality. In 1928, a particularly dramatic discovery occurred near the site of Nippur, one of the most sacred cities of Sumer. Workers reported uncovering a stone tomb containing 3 skeletons, each over 10 feet in length, seated in a cross-legged position reminiscent of ritualistic burials. The skulls were unusually elongated, and some teeth were oversized, suggesting a physiology adapted to extraordinary strength and endurance. What intrigued archaeologists most was the presence of decorative metal collars and ceremonial scepters, indicating that these giants may have been leaders or priests within their society. Even more astonishing were reports from the early 1930s in the Zagros Mountains of West Iran, where shepherds stumbled upon burial chambers containing human skeletons averaging 11 feet in height. Local legend spoke of the Jabari, a race of giants who once ruled the land before the rise of humankind as we know it. These legends describe the Jabari as possessing immense physical power and advanced knowledge of architecture and warfare, traits consistent with the enormous tools and weapons found alongside the skeletal remains. Some researchers argue that the Mesopotamian giants were direct descendants of the Anunnaki, blending myth and historical reality. Excavation records describe elaborate stonework in the tombs, often with inscriptions warning of divine punishment for grave robbers, a striking parallel to biblical accounts of the Nephilim. In one case, a tomb in a region of Uruk reportedly contained a sarcophagus over 15 feet long, carved from a single piece of basalt, with reliefs depicting giants interacting with humans, bestowing knowledge, and constructing massive structures. While many of these findings have been lost or removed from public record, anecdotal evidence persists. Local villagers in Iraq and Iran continue to recount stories of skeletons found during farming or road construction, bones far larger than any human could produce. Some of these bones were reportedly sent to museums or private collections, but official records often vanish or are conveniently ignored. Even when questioned directly, scholars working in the Middle East have provided cautious acknowledgments. Some admit to encountering strange burial mounds or skeletal fragments during routine excavations, but maintain that publishing claims about giants will provoke ridicule or political scrutiny. Despite these obstacles, independent researchers and conspiracy historians have compiled hundreds of corroborating accounts, suggesting that a giant race may have lived and thrived alongside early civilizations in Mesopotamia. The implications are staggering. If these reports are accurate, they suggest a coexistence of modern humans with a physically distinct and highly capable species, one that may have shaped the earliest cities, temples, and political structures in human history. It would also provide a tangible link to the myths of the Anunnaki, Nephilim, and other ancient giant races described across the world, adding intrigue, Some skeletal remains were reported with elongated cranial features, similar to finds in Peru, Egypt, and North America. This raises questions about whether the giants of Mesopotamia were related to those elsewhere, suggesting a global phenomenon of towering humanoids, an interconnected network of cultures with advanced skills and extraordinary physical attributes. Artifacts found alongside these skeletons, oversized weapons, ceremonial scepters, and intricately carved stone objects, consistently suggest that these beings were not merely aberrant humans, but leaders, priests, or even demigods, integral to the foundation of early Mesopotamian society. It is tempting to speculate that the myths of the Anunnaki were not purely symbolic, but recollections of an actual giant race that guided early civilization. Today, much of this evidence remains hidden, fragmented, or classified. Excavation reports were often buried in private archives or never digitized, leaving modern researchers to piece together the story from newspaper clippings, personal journals, and oral accounts. Yet, the consistency across decades and regions, from Babylon to Uar, Nineveh to the Zagros Mountains, strongly suggests a remarkable truth, that giants walked Mesopotamia, shaping its culture, architecture, and myths, leaving a legacy that persists in legend even as their bones vanish from sight. The mystery of the Mesopotamian giants forces us to confront a profound question. What if humanity is not the first intelligent species to walk the earth? What if ancient legends were based on eyewitness encounters with beings far taller, stronger, and wiser than ourselves? The deserts of Iraq, Iran, and Syria may conceal the remains of a civilization that history has largely ignored, a civilization of giants whose presence forever altered the course of human civilization. Across North America, reports of giant humans stretch back centuries, blending skeletal discoveries, oral traditions, and early settler accounts. The Mississippi Valley, the Ohio River region, and the Great Lakes area have long been known for their massive earthen mounds and burial sites, many of which contain skeletal remains far taller than ordinary humans. Early European explorers and settlers documented skeletons over 8 feet tall, sometimes with elongated skulls, massive femurs, and reinforced bones, often accompanied by oversized tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects. These findings suggest a population of extraordinary humans integrated into prehistoric societies, not isolated anomalies. Native American oral traditions reinforce these reports. Tribes across North America spoke of enormous beings who built mounds, crafted monumental earthworks, and protected communities. Many legends describe giants as guardians or teachers, possessing strength and knowledge far beyond ordinary humans. The mound builders, as European settlers labeled them, may have included or been aided by giants capable of feats that defy conventional understanding, such as moving massive stones or constructing monumental structures with precision. Archaeological evidence further supports these accounts. Excavations in mound complexes, such as those in Cahokia and Serpent Mound, reveal burials containing skeletal remains significantly taller than the average human, often alongside oversized artifacts. Large axes, ceremonial staffs, and massive stone implements indicate that these giants were capable of labor, ritual activities, and construction tasks requiring immense strength. Some mounds align with astronomical events, suggesting that giants may have contributed knowledge of the stars, calendars, and spatial engineering. Modern researchers continue to investigate these findings, despite the fact that mainstream archaeology historically dismissed or destroyed evidence of giants. Skeletal remains were often removed, misclassified, or ignored, while oversized tools were labeled as ceremonial or symbolic. Yet the consistency of reports, both historical and modern, reveals a pattern of extraordinary humans whose presence shaped North America's prehistoric landscape. The implications are profound. Giants may have influenced early construction, social hierarchy, religious practices, and technological innovation. They may have collaborated with ordinary humans, leaving behind structures and artifacts that continue to puzzle scientists today. The combination of skeletal evidence, oversized artifacts, and oral traditions suggests that the story of North American giants is not merely legend, but a hidden chapter of human history that demands serious attention. If these giants truly existed, they would have been pivotal in shaping prehistoric North America, leaving a legacy that challenges everything we think we know about human capabilities, ancient societies, and the origins of monumental architecture. Their story invites us to reconsider history as a world with extraordinary walked among the ordinary, shaping civilizations in ways we are only beginning to understand. In South America, particularly Peru and Bolivia, skeletal evidence and legends point to the existence of giant humans. The Paracas culture, for example, has revealed elongated skulls and massive skeletal remains, while the ancient city of Tiwanaku contains monumental stones and terraces suggesting the involvement of individuals of extraordinary size and strength. Reports describe skeletons exceeding 8 to 10 feet tall, often found alongside oversized tools, ceremonial objects, and large pottery. Local myths speak of beings known as the Viracochas, colossal ancestors who taught humans agriculture, architecture, and societal organization. Many of the megalithic structures in Peru, including Pumapunku, feature precisely cut stones weighing several tons, challenging the abilities of ordinary humans. Oversized tools and skeletal evidence suggest that giants could have assisted in construction or even served as the primary builders. These remains are often accompanied by artifacts scaled for larger hands, indicating that these beings were functional members of society. Their physical robustness, including thick bones and broad rib cages, suggests they were capable of extraordinary feats of strength and endurance. Legends describe giants as teachers, protectors, and builders who shaped early civilization, leaving an enduring cultural and architectural legacy. Despite skepticism from mainstream archaeology, skeletal discoveries, oversized artifacts, and consistent legends provide a strong case for the presence of giants in South America. The evidence aligns with findings in North America, Africa, and Asia, suggesting a global pattern of extraordinary humans whose influence on early societies and monumental construction cannot be ignored. Mesoamerica, including Mexico and Central America, offers compelling evidence of giant humans in both skeletal remains and mythology. Ancient civilizations like the Olmecs, Mayans, and Aztecs left behind colossal statues, oversized tools, and legends of giants who shaped the land. Archaeological accounts describe skeletons measuring over 8 feet tall, often buried with ceremonial items or weapons scaled to match their extraordinary size. Olmec colossal heads, weighing several tons, raise questions about how ancient humans transported and positioned such massive stones. Skeletal remains with reinforced bones and broad rib cages suggest that giants may have participated in construction, labor, and ceremonial activities that would have been impossible for ordinary humans. These findings indicate that giants were integrated into early Mesoamerican society, potentially revered as leaders, builders, or spiritual figures. Local myths describe giants as ancestors or divine beings who taught humans agriculture, astronomy, and governance. Some stories speak of enormous beings protecting sacred sites or guiding human settlements, leaving behind architectural and cultural legacies. Oversized artifacts found with skeletons further confirm that these individuals were not anomalies but functional participants in society. When viewed alongside North and South America, Africa, Asia, and Europe, Mesoamerican giants fit into a global pattern. Their skeletal remains, oversized artifacts, and mythology suggest that extraordinary humans were once widespread, influencing early civilizations, monumental construction, and cultural development. This evidence challenges mainstream archaeology and forces a reconsideration of human history, revealing a hidden world of giants whose legacy continues to inspire awe and curiosity. Across the Indian subcontinent, evidence of giant humans emerges in ancient texts, oral traditions, and skeletal discoveries. From the Indus Valley to the Himalayan foothills, legends describe towering beings capable of extraordinary feats of strength and knowledge. Skeletal remains, sometimes exceeding 9 feet in height, have been reportedly discovered in remote areas of India, Nepal, and Pakistan, often accompanied by oversized tools and ceremonial artifacts, hinting at a population integrated into early societies. Local epics such as the Mahabharata and Ramayana reference massive warriors, long-lived beings, and gods interacted with humans, suggesting that myths may preserve memories of real giants. Archaeological evidence supports these accounts, with burial sites revealing oversized bones, tools, and weapons that would have been unusable by ordinary humans. In some Himalayan tombs, elongated femurs and robust skulls indicate extraordinary physical adaptation, suggesting strength and resilience in harsh mountainous environments. Oral traditions continue to recount giants who constructed megalithic monuments, defended communities, and taught essential survival skills. These beings may have influenced early civilizations, contributing to agriculture, architecture, and technological development. Oversized artifacts and reinforced skeletal features imply that giants were not merely mythical. They were functional members of prehistoric societies. The recurring presence of giants across South Asia aligns with discoveries worldwide, from Mesopotamia to Siberia, suggesting a global phenomenon. The combination of skeletal evidence, myths, and artifacts points to a lost chapter of human history, where extraordinary humans shaped civilization and left behind a legacy that challenges conventional archaeological narratives. Europe has long been associated with legends of giants, but skeletal evidence also supports these accounts. From the British Isles to the Mediterranean, reports describe human remains measuring over 8 to 10 feet tall, often found in burial mounds, caves, and ancient settlements. Some skeletons feature elongated limbs and thickened bones, suggesting extraordinary strength and endurance. Ancient European myths, such as those in the Nephilim in biblical Europe, the Titans in Greek legend, and the Cyclopes in Mediterranean lore, consistently describe towering beings interacting with humans, building structures, or influencing culture. Archaeological discoveries in France, Germany, and Italy include oversized skeletal remains and large tools, indicating that these legends may have roots in real populations. Megalithic structures, such as Stonehenge and other European stone circles, hint at the involvement of individuals capable of transporting and positioning massive stones. Oversized tools, hammers, and ceremonial items found in these regions suggest adaptation to a population of extraordinary height. Skeletal analysis shows thick bones, broad shoulders, and large joints, indicating strength necessary for heavy labor and construction. Oral traditions across Europe preserve memories of giants as builders, warriors, or protectors. These beings may have contributed to early European civilization's architecture, engineering, and societal organization. The evidence challenges the assumption that only ordinary humans built megaliths, offering the possibility that giants were instrumental in shaping Europe's prehistoric landscape. When viewed in a global context, European giants align with findings in Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Repeated skeletal anomalies, oversized artifacts, and consistent myths point to a worldwide phenomenon of extraordinary humans whose influence remains hidden yet undeniable. Africa, the cradle of humanity, holds evidence of giant humans that challenges conventional narratives. Reports from North Africa, the Nile Valley, and sub-Saharan regions describe skeletons exceeding 8 to 10 feet, often discovered in burial mounds, desert sands, and ancient settlements. Many remains show reinforced bones, broad rib cages, and elongated limbs, indicating immense strength and endurance. Local myths and oral traditions recount enormous beings who built monumental structures, taught agriculture, and guided early societies. In Egypt, legends describe giants associated with pyramid construction and temple building, while in North Africa, Berber and Saharan tales speak of colossal ancestors who roamed the desert and shaped early civilizations. Archaeological evidence includes oversized tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects, often proportioned to match the extraordinary size of these skeletons. Such artifacts suggest that giants were fully functional members of society, capable of monumental construction and other physically demanding tasks. The precision of ancient structures, combined with skeletal evidence, supports the possibility that giants contributed directly to architecture, technology, and early governance. Skeletal finds across Africa reveal adaptations for extreme strength, endurance, and survival in harsh climates, suggesting that giants were well suited to their environments. Their presence may explain the construction of megaliths, city walls, and temples that remain impressive even by modern standards. The African evidence aligns with discoveries worldwide, from Siberia to South America. Consistent skeletal anomalies, oversized artifacts, and enduring myths suggest a global population of extraordinary humans whose influence shaped early civilizations. Africa, as humanity's birthplace, may have been home to some of the earliest giants, leaving a hidden legacy of strength, skill, and cultural impact that continues to intrigue researchers and challenge mainstream archaeology. Across the frozen expanses of Siberia, explorers and local tribes have reported the discovery of giant human skeletons, some exceeding 9 to 12 feet tall. Found in river valleys, mountain foothills, and ancient burial mounds, these remains often display elongated limbs, massive skulls, and reinforced bones, suggesting extraordinary physical strength and endurance. These giants appear to have been well adapted to harsh climates, capable of performing tasks far beyond the abilities of ordinary humans. Indigenous legends, particularly from the Yakuts and Evenks, speak of enormous beings known as the Chud or Sibayaki, who taught humans survival skills, hunted massive game, and built stone or earthen structures. Many Siberian kurgans contain skeletons accompanied by oversized tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects, indicating that these giants were integrated into society and revered for their strength and capabilities. Reports describe skeletons with thick bones and broad rib cages, suggesting immense resilience. The presence of oversized artifacts implies these beings were not mere anomalies but active participants in their communities, capable of construction, hunting, and ritual activities that require extraordinary power. Modern technologies, including ground-penetrating radar, are now revealing previously unknown burial sites, supporting historical accounts of giants in Siberia. Their existence aligns with discoveries in North America, Europe, and Asia, suggesting a global phenomenon of extraordinary humans. The skeletal evidence, legends, and oversized artifacts together reveal a prehistoric world in which giants were real, influential, and widespread, leaving a hidden legacy of strength, skill, and knowledge that continues to challenge mainstream archaeology and redefine our understanding of human history. In the ancient cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia, reports of giant humans are both astonishing and consistent. Excavations in Babylon, Ur, and Nineveh revealed skeletons reportedly 9 to 12 feet tall, accompanied by oversized weapons, ceremonial daggers, and monumental artifacts. These beings were not just physically imposing. They appear to have been integrated into society, potentially serving as builders, warriors, or leaders. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki, godlike figures often depicted as tall, powerful, and wise. While traditionally considered myth, these accounts may preserve memories of real giants whose influence shaped early Mesopotamian society. Some skeletons exhibit elongated skulls, broad rib cages, and massive limbs, while accompanying artifacts were proportioned to match their extraordinary size, reinforcing the reality of these beings. In southern Iraq, tombs reportedly contain skeletons over 10 feet tall, with oversized copper tools and stone implements, suggesting extraordinary strength. These giants may have contributed to monumental construction, urban planning, and the development of early religious practices, their presence reflected in myths and legends passed down through millennia. Despite suppression and skepticism by mainstream archaeology, these finds are corroborated by consistent historical accounts, skeletal evidence, and artifact analysis. Mesopotamian giants, it seems, were part of a prehistoric reality, a population of extraordinary humans whose strength, intelligence, and cultural integration influenced one of the world's earliest civilizations. In Egypt, giant human skeletons have been reported for centuries, often found alongside oversized tools, ceremonial staffs, and jewelry. Skeletons measuring over 9 feet tall, with reinforced bones and elongated skulls, suggest beings of extraordinary strength and endurance who were integrated into society and possibly held positions of power or spiritual significance. Local myths and religious texts describe gods and beings of immense stature, such as Horus and Osiris, often depicted as towering figures guiding humanity. Skeletal evidence supports the possibility that some myths were rooted in encounters with real giants who participated in construction, ritual, and governance. Archaeological reports near Thebes, Saqqara, and the Nile Delta describe skeletons accompanied by oversized chisels, hammers, and ceremonial objects, implying tools designed for giants. Some remains show reinforced joints and broad rib cages, adaptations for extreme labor and survival in the harsh desert environment. These findings suggest that giants could have contributed to monumental architecture, including pyramids, temples, and stone monuments. Local oral traditions reinforce the narrative, describing giants as teachers, builders, and guardians of sacred sites. The combination of skeletal evidence, oversized artifacts, and enduring myths indicates that Egypt, like Mesopotamia and other regions, was influenced by a population of extraordinary humans. Despite mainstream skepticism, these discoveries point to a hidden chapter of human history, where giant-shaped civilization contributed to monumental construction and left behind a legacy that persists in myths, artifacts, and skeletal remains, a legacy that challenges conventional understanding and invites us to reconsider what is possible in ancient human history. The Middle East, encompassing modern-day Iraq, Israel, Jordan, and surrounding regions, has long been regarded as the cradle of civilization. Yet beneath its celebrated cities and monumental architecture lies evidence of giant humans whose existence challenges conventional history. Reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries describe skeletons measuring 9 to 12 feet tall, often found alongside oversized weapons, ceremonial objects, and large-scale artifacts. These finds suggest that giants were integrated into early societies, possibly as builders, warriors, or religious figures. Ancient texts provide additional context. The Sumerian, Akkadian, and Hebrew scriptures describe beings such as the Anunnaki, Nephilim, and Rephaim, towering figures credited with shaping civilization, teaching humans, and participating in monumental construction. While traditionally dismissed as myth, the consistency between skeletal evidence and these textual accounts raises compelling questions about historical memory. In sites like Jericho and Palmyra, remains of giants were reportedly buried with oversized ceremonial items, indicating cultural recognition of their extraordinary size. Thick bones, reinforced joints, and robust limb structures suggest immense strength, endurance, and adaptation to harsh conditions. Oversized artifacts imply that these beings were fully functional members of society, capable of performing tasks beyond ordinary human capacity. Oral traditions from Bedouin tribes describe giants as guardians, builders, and teachers, echoes of the stories preserved in ancient texts. The convergence of skeletal evidence, oversized tools, myths, and legends strongly suggests that giants once walked the Middle East, influencing architecture, technology, and religious practices. Their existence challenges our understanding of early civilization and points to a prehistoric reality far more extraordinary than mainstream history acknowledges. Across Central and East Asia, from China's river valleys to Mongolia's steppes, evidence points to the existence of giant humans. Ancient texts and local legends describe Iran, towering figures associated with construction, agriculture, and celestial knowledge. Archaeological finds in Shaanxi, Hunan, and Shaanxi provinces include skeletons 8 to 10 feet tall, often accompanied by oversized tools, ceremonial weapons, and large pottery, suggesting a society that accommodated and revered these extraordinary individuals. In Mongolia, burial mounds or kurgans reveal skeletons of similar height with robust skeletal structures. Local myths describe these giants as herders, hunters, and builders capable of feats impossible for ordinary humans. Northern China, particularly near the Yellow River, has produced skeletons with elongated skulls and reinforced bones, often buried with artifacts scaled to their size. Some tombs even show astronomical alignments, hinting at advanced knowledge imparted by these beings. Oversized tools, bronze swords, and ceremonial items further support the presence of a culturally integrated giant population. Thick bones and broad rib cages indicate immense strength and resilience, enabling them to construct monumental structures and survive harsh climates. Oral traditions from the region mirror the skeletal evidence, describing giants who guided early human communities, taught essential skills, and contributed to technological and societal development. When considered alongside global findings from Europe, the Middle East, Siberia, and the Americas, these giants form part of a widespread prehistoric phenomenon. The combination of skeletal evidence, oversized artifacts, and consistent myths strongly suggests that extraordinary humans once walked Central and East Asia, leaving a lasting impact on early civilizations. The evidence of giants spans continents: North and South America, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Siberia, and Asia. Skeletons measuring 8 to 12 feet tall, oversized tools, and ceremonial artifacts appear repeatedly across time and geography. Myths and oral traditions consistently describe towering beings who taught humans, built monumental structures, and shaped early civilizations. The convergence of these findings suggests a global prehistoric population of giants, integrated into societies and influential in technological and cultural development. In the Americas, elongated skulls and massive bones in Peru and Bolivia hint at a population capable of feats far beyond ordinary humans. In Siberia, kurgans reveal reinforced bones adapted for strength and endurance. The Middle East preserves skeletons in texts describing the Nephilim and Anunnaki, while Asia shows similar skeletal anomalies alongside oversized artifacts and legends of Durun. Even in Africa and Europe, accounts of giants intersect with oral traditions and megalithic construction, revealing a striking pattern worldwide. The implications are profound. Giants may have contributed to early urban planning, monumental construction, religious practices, and advanced knowledge. They challenge conventional timelines of human evolution and civilization, suggesting a complex prehistoric world in which extraordinary humans influence the trajectory of society. Myths, skeletal evidence, and artifacts together reveal a hidden chapter of human history, one in which giants left an enduring legacy across the globe. Their story invites us to reconsider history not as a simple tale of ordinary humans, but as a mysterious and awe-inspiring saga where giants once walked among us, shaping, teaching, and leaving behind echoes of a past that is only beginning to be uncovered.